Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the University of Bologna, who has arrived this morning, and welcome to this open conference with 8 European alliances. I will give the floor to the welcome address online by our Vice Rector for International Relations, Professor Raffaella Campanella.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sì, Raffaella.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, speakers, guests. I'm very glad to be here with you to open the conference of the Staff Week on European Alliances, a hotbed of different approaches to diversity and inclusion. European alliances constitute a strategic asset in our institutional life and for the implementation of our activities in the international scenario. Our communities benefit from the collaborations within the alliances, as well as from the initiatives across alliances in a number of respects and at a number of different levels. With respect to strategies in education, something that the alliance we take part into as the University of Bologna, namely Una.Lecture, has been devoting much attention to. They enhance, for instance, truly joint and systematic, as opposed to occasional and fragmented projects, targeted at joint degrees, not only at the master level, but also at the level of the BA and the third cycle of education, namely the PhD programs. Work through and across the alliances favor joint, genuine work all the way through, from the joint identification of priority into disciplinary and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary fields, to some common focus on the planning and design of the details of the degree programs. With respect to the choice of subjects, the acquisition of credits, the delivery of the courses, the identification of the schedule that might fit all, up to the accreditation of the degree programs and the awarding of the degrees. Joint teaching and education projects are carried out as coherent and complete collaborative processes, utterly joint in all their steps, and this is something we are all pretty much committed to. They aim at the creation of international cohorts of students and require close interactions of academic and administrative staff in the institutions involved, with the sharing also of infrastructures and tools for interdisciplinary and innovative teaching and education, with innovative teaching and education increasingly being very important core issues in all our universities. Joint teaching and education projects both assume and require a strict dialogue between international as well as between national institutions in, I would say, at least 3 different directions, different and related directions. They require interactions between international institutions among them, as we are promoting today in this event. They require interactions also between national institutions and their own countries' ministries and accreditation agencies, as we are doing with a number of meetings discussing national and international regulations and norms, constraints on teaching and education, trying to benefit from each other's works. They also require interactions between national institutions among them, both to be more effective in addressing national institutions and in stimulating interactions between analogous institutions in the different countries. Across alliances, for instance, we also aim to make our ministries in the different countries and accreditation agencies in the different countries more effectively interact with each other in a very cooperative and collaborative spirit. So the European Alliance initiative overall constitutes a great opportunity to have ministries and accreditation agencies dialogue together with one another also across countries. The common purpose overall is that to promote a real long-lasting dialogue for structural and integrative solutions. To achieve such a goal, both in the medium and in the long run, which is something we are pretty much interested in, we need to share also common ground in terms of approaches and values. So among the underlying assumptions, a shared set of values concerning freedom, respect, human rights, and diversity hold. These, we firmly believe, constitute both the premises and the consequences of our joint work. They are the building blocks of all the initiatives and actions we are then implemented in research, teaching, and public engagement. As the present event is stressing, diversity and inclusion are among the topics our single institutions and our institutions within alliances are committed to address together. So how do they impact our institutional activities? How can they orient not only the general theoretical framework we embrace, but also our daily institutional practice? This is what we are called to reflect upon, again, and stress it together. Work performed in and through European alliances provides an opportunity to overcome the limits of national regulations and constraints, yet it also presents some potentially challenging aspects, which can be held to intersect, among others, matters related to freedom, diversity, and inclusion. Working together with other European universities encourages reflections on internal features as cultural orientations and best practices and widens our horizons. The perspectives we embrace are strictly related to diversity and inclusion in various respects. So, quoting from the title of today's events, we are trying to compare and share different approaches. With respect to the content of our actions, can it be assumed that priorities are going to converge the cultural interests and promotion of given fields, education and research, granting freedom and autonomy in research contexts, and in governing the contents of degree programs that we want to foster? Might the genuine integration of degree programs, as well as accreditation processes, set constraints, though, on cultural autonomy in education strategies? Institutions need to find a balance between joint targets, also in terms of disciplinary and research-related education formats, and the peculiar features and missions of each and every university within its own cultural orientation. With respect to general stances, academic environments are, so to say, living labs for diversity and inclusion, as the latter are values that our communities are called to enhance. Not only through, but also through and within the alliances, we are constantly reminded of the importance of such values. In our institutions, they are often the objects of degree programs and courses themselves, offering the opportunity to deepen their meaning, theoretical and historical aspects, implications, and discuss them as tools to address new challenges. For all our institutions thus help building what I would call a culture of diversity and inclusion among students to start with, namely among the young generations in Europe, and also thanks to the high proportion of international students from many different countries that we all host worldwide. Such culture, the culture of diversity and inclusion we all want to foster, we also want to impact our daily work. It must be a living component of our daily work for all staff members, teaching staff members, administrative staff members, oriented by guidelines and practices, as it will be stressed this afternoon as well. So diversity and inclusion are respected and enhanced throughout all our activity, working in the end together and living together within our communities. Alliances should help subjects and activities to converge, providing opportunities for each and all actors who might be interested in their activities. We need to be aware that we also have to address challenges, raise concerns, though, when necessary. For instance, in delivering joint degrees and foster related mobility schemes, we need to wonder how they can be made truly inclusive. How many students will be able to enroll, join programs, attend lectures, and perform mobility exchanges? Might we run the risk of having first-class and second-class degree programs related to financial constraints? Might the need for financial support be, in general, running against inclusion, having to do both with the internal staff resources to achieve the education goals and the support to students' enrollment and, as I was stressing, especially mobility? How will resources affect also staff mobility, encouraging not the international dimension of their work as well? Let me also stress that not only the local, national, and European dimensions are actually at stake here. The horizon is and must be global. Reflections are to be pursued, for instance, on the role of technologies and blended teaching in the implementation of education formats, but also more in general in our daily work. Make them truly accessible and inclusive, and to open, for instance, to open up education programs increasingly also to non-European students in a truly global dimension, in what we are called to act in a truly global dimension. So a core question I think that we should all keep in mind must hence be what the formats we are developing exactly meant for. To be consistent with our approaches to diversity and inclusion, they need to be extended beyond a small fraction of students. Scholarships, virtual mobility, and various technological tools might effectively increase inclusivity. With respect to mobility, both students and all staff mobility, that for sure can positively contribute to the enhancement of diversity and favor inclusion. Mobility is a powerful tool to increase diversity and inclusion. At a recent conference, which was organized by Scholars at Risk, the Italian session of Scholars at Risk, a colleague highlighted that at the end of our legs, we do not have roots, we have feet. And he pointed out that we can take this to suggest that we are, all of us, that each and every of us is meant to move around. He and she is meant to interact and share. The more we move around, the more we get to know each other, the more we get to understand each other's peculiarities, each other's values, cultures, backgrounds. So we do have feet to move around, and we do also have roots as well. We have roots as well. Roots are in our minds, in our cultural heritage, in the wealth of cultural resources that we inherit from the contexts we inhabit, and that we are willing to share, and sometimes we're also willing to challenge and to question again together. For interactions and for sharing to occur and to occur effectively, we must be aware that further resources are needed, both in terms of human resources and financial resources, for all staff to be committed to the goals of establishing the role of European alliances in an effective way within the global strategies of each university, and for all students to have a chance to take active part into them. At the same time, I think we also need to have in mind, to keep in mind all the programs and all the projects within the same university, as issues might arise with respect to a fair allocation of resources and the enhancement of different projects within the same institution. So a true co-ownership by regional, national, and European decision makers is needed to make the European university initiatives sustainable, both from a policy and a funding perspective, with the engagement of policymakers from all countries, both in terms of policies and in terms of co-financing strategies. Structurally, joint work on education programs and cultural strategies, both in teaching and in research context, is going to impact positively also the job market. An easier recognition of degrees also in the postgraduate context, and a better understanding, for instance, of inter- and transdisciplinary research, which alliances all widely promote, by the job market itself across countries will make the dialogue between academic institutions on the one hand and societies and their job markets much more effective. This requires the involvement, for obvious reasons, of multiple stakeholders, both within the universities and the private sectors, for the benefit of the highest possible numbers of subjects. So working together with other European universities encourages reflections on internal features, our cultural orientations, our practices, and widens our horizons. We need to make sure that silos are not built within a single university between the subjects who are directly working in the alliance and alliance-related activities and subjects who are not directly involved. Since the alliance needs to be perceived as an opportunity for each and all actors in a given academic institution who might be interested in it. Silos should not be built between universities, either in a given country. So aims can be shared across alliances for common goals, as in the dialogue with national and local institutions I was already recalling earlier on. Silos do not have to hold between alliances either. Specific features and focuses are to be stressed, but also complementary aspects are to be envisaged. They can be really precious for our common goals. Furthermore, intersections and synergies between projects pursued within and outside the alliances should be sought, with other international, other national, and other local projects in the territories. So in the end, I think that the challenge we are all to address together is to make the most of the work carried out also thanks to the alliances and align it with the overall strategic plans the universities have without making work related to the alliance exclusive. In the end, let me just sum up stating strongly that we are all committed to work together with what I really like to call responsible internationalization. For responsible internationalization to happen, it needs to be innovative, sustainable, and inclusive. Let me end with a deep thank to all of you for joining this event today. We're really glad to have you all in Bologna, and I'm sorry not to be able to be there with you in presence. And let me also deeply thank the organizers for the great job they have been doing to make this event possible. So many thanks again, and my best wishes for this event and for the events to come. I'm totally sure that the exchange of standpoints and suggestions that is going to happen in the very common perspective of the European alliances is going to be very fruitful for each and all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to Professor Campaner. And now I'll give the floor to the next speaker, again online, Claudia Peritore from the Erasmus Plus Italian National Agency, who will give a speech about the Erasmus Plus strategy on diversity and inclusion. Welcome, Claudia, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Francesca. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Alliance in Europa and the University of Bologna for inviting me and representing the Italian Erasmus Plus National Agency in Dire to this important event. I'll share briefly a presentation for my intervention today as you asked me about inclusion and diversity. A very broad theme in the program and for the alliances, as we have already heard by the speech of Professor Campaner. So, you know that inclusion and diversity is one of the 4 overarching priorities of the Erasmus Plus program, which apply to all the sectors the program works to. Then we, together with the digital transformation, the one on environment and fight against climate change, and the one for democratic life, common values, and civic engagement. That means that the programs is focused on the green transition, the digital transition for an economy for all. That means, again, to be inclusive then for inclusion. We've known the Erasmus program since many years now, and it has worked as a mind changer and still has a lot of potential as a mind changer. So inclusion is a very important aspect of the program, according to a broad definition. Indeed, it does not imply only disadvantaged participants, but also implies more mature students or those studying subject areas that are less represented in mobility for many reasons, or working students that due to life constraints, cannot engage in mobility. Inclusion also means students in communities, for instance, through their engagement in volunteering when in mobility abroad as ambassadors of their own institution, of their own country. To this end, I'd like to mention the activity that the Italian National Agency is working on, building a cross-sectoral network of Erasmus Plus ambassadors and student alumni through an activity which is called a long-term activity PEACE, which is an acronym that stands for Participation Erasmus Alumni for Civic Engagement, that promotes civic engagement through synergies among alumni and ambassadors networks. And to this activity, we cooperate together with the national agencies of Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Sweden, Belgium, among other colleagues. Inclusion also in the sense of helping education in the forward-looking subjects, for instance, through giving the possibility of practical experience during curricula through the digital traineeship. So within this context, in October 21, was adopted a Commission implementing decision that outlines a framework of inclusion measures to be implemented over the 7 years period of the Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps programs that provides opportunity for education, training, youth, and sport. So such measures are targeted both to organizations and individuals. Organizations that receive grants, European grants under the programs, and have therefore a key role in making inclusion a reality, particularly in terms of organizational development, acquiring and building more capacity in handling inclusion projects and accessibility requirements, promoting inclusion across the organization, and outreach and support participants before, during, and after the project. Individuals to ensure equal opportunities for all, reaching out more and better to people with few opportunities, including people of different age, from diverse cultural, social, and economic backgrounds, people with disabilities, migrants, as well as people living in remote areas. The program also supports small-scale partnerships and youth participation activities to widen its accessibility for grassroots organizations, which typically work directly with people with fewer opportunities. So the general objective of all this framework of these measures is to facilitate access to both programs, Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps, for people with fewer opportunities and remove the barriers that may still be there and prevent their access. The framework of inclusion measures has 4 specific objectives that are mainstreaming inclusion and diversity as a cross-cutting priority and guidance principle all over the program, all over the sectors, ensuring the offer of inclusive features and mechanisms within the design of the programs and the budget allocated to its sections, and that the focus on inclusion and diversity is taken into account at all stages of the program's management. Then establishing a common understanding of those who may be considered people with few opportunities and fostering a positive approach to diversity, and supporting beneficiary organizations in establishing more high-quality projects that address inclusion and diversity, and in designing and implementing projects in a more inclusive and diverse manner. So inclusive features and mechanisms for the higher education sector, for instance, have been introduced for the implementation of the program activities, such as flexible learning formats that enable reaching out to larger target groups. The blended mobility formats, the short-term mobility that has been introduced since 2021 after the experimental phase due to emergency reason during the pandemic, have been then introduced as a normal feature of the program that implies a short period, a short mobility between 5 to 30 days, but complemented in a mandatory way by a virtual component. Because short mobility can be a first experience for those who, due to their circumstances, cannot take part or do not feel like to be prepared or ready for a standard mobility duration. So short mobility can be a first experience to help then take the second step to a longer mobility. Furthermore, short physical mobility can be combined with an online experiences through participation in virtual mobility in a group activity and in a blended intensive programs. Blended intensive programs have been introduced as well in 2021, have been already experimented in the program in the past generation of the lifelong learning program as intensive programs, but blended intensive programs have got the virtual features, which is new, and allow a group of students and staff to focus on a specific subject, on a specific issue intensively in a shorter period, physically present together, combining with a virtual activity before, during, or after the movement. Among the features that have been introduced, also preparatory visits have been reinforced for participants with few opportunities to explore in advance the hosting organizations. We know that people with few opportunities when choosing the hosting organizations, and particularly those with special needs, will need to look up information on facilities and services responding to their needs. To this end, the Erasmus Plus interinstitutional agreement, which is the agreement at the basis of each mobility partnership, academic partnership, provides information on such services, as well as the contact details of the inclusion officer within the institutions. Such contacts do not have to stay in the interinstitutional agreement, must be widespread and easily reachable for those that need further information on specific services. To this end, we always encourage to update the European platform Inclusive Mobility EU, which is a platform intended for institutions, national agencies, and ministries for education international students to inform about the available services. And we encourage to at least add your website on this platform, because maybe for sure your website, your institutional website, in a wide spoken language already conveys easily all the needed information on the services you provide and that need to be available for students. This is because lack of awareness of the availability of dedicated measures for people with few opportunities can result in less participation of these target groups. Therefore, greater effort is needed to raise awareness and increase their levels of information and awareness about the opportunities in place and how to access them. Moreover, the program foresees additional budget in some cases for people with fewer opportunities that are less likely to participate in the program for financial reasons, whether because of the economic situation or because of the higher costs implied in the mobility for their specific situation, especially in case of people with disabilities. In such cases, their participation can be facilitated with a targeted financial support aimed at covering such costs. And additional financial support is also foreseen for organization because it is recognized the additional workload that may result for staff dedicated to support the full participation of people with few opportunities in the project. Moreover, in the program, we know there is included and highlighted the European Student Card Initiative for simplifying and digitalizing the administrative procedure linked to the participation in the program, in mobility, through the expansion of the network Erasmus Without Paper, EWP, and the potential of the Erasmus Plus app, so as to remove the barriers also that administration can be for inclusion for an inclusive program. Moreover, the Council recommendation of 2018 on automatic recognition has been reinforced on the recognition automatic of periods of study and learning abroad through the easy recognition of the ECTS and grades that a student has accumulated during his experience or her experience abroad when performing all the exams included in the learning agreement and certified by the transcript or record. And among the other features, the support needed for affordable housing that is required by the host and home organization is another key feature of the Erasmus Charter for higher institutions. So the strategy for inclusion and diversity derives from this context, given the strong policy driver being the principles of equality and inclusiveness at the core, as part of the core values of the European Union. The regulation of the new program, both Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Course, include a dedicated chapter for the first time, a dedicated chapter on inclusion that requests, among other things, the European Commission to establish a dedicated framework for inclusion measures that we have seen, outlining the main areas of work for the next 7 years in this regard. The guidelines respond to the principles that programs should be accessible for all, regardless of the barriers people may face, for more inclusive, just, greener, and more digitally fit societies. The strategies for inclusion and diversity covers all fields of education and training, that is also youth and sport, and this is the result of a co-creation process that builds up on the experiences across the different sectors of the programs that did focus already on inclusion in the past. It's not a novelty. The number of students with few opportunities has risen in time. However, a need for a further development was felt given the enormous societal changes. Societies are growing more and more diverse for many different reasons: cultures, abilities, social groups, sexualities, political opinions, identities, education, training, literacy levels. There is then a greater need to learn, comprehend the diversity, and to create inclusive and cohesive systems through informal, formal, and informal educational activity as we see each day. First of all, the strategy implementation guidelines aim at learning from the past experiences in the different contexts and derived a shared terminology. It aims at establishing a common understanding of the target group to be then adjusted to the national and institutional context. Think of your student and staff population that may vary a lot between your organizations that, as said by Professor Campaner before, are living labs. So the definition, for instance, of fewer opportunities is more inclusive than the old one from disadvantaged background and encompasses 8 types of barriers that have been identified. People with few opportunities may find themselves in such a disadvantaged situation because of one or more of these exclusion factors. That can be disabilities, health problems, education and training systems, for instance, when the structure of curricula make it difficult to undertake a mobility a study or training mobility period abroad as part of their studies. Then cultural differences, social barriers, economic barriers, discrimination, or geographical barriers. Given this multifaceted scenario, it is of paramount importance that the focus on inclusion and diversity is taken into account since the beginning of the project life cycle. Before, for promotion, outreach, support, assessment, during implementation, for participant selection, preparation, implementation itself, results, and after the project, for evaluation, dissemination, exploitation of project outcomes. So before, organizations are key to make inclusions a reality and have a key task in outreach activities in order to make sure that the program opportunities, so many, and the support mechanisms are known and reach those target groups in their respective personal environments. We have to bear in mind, in fact, that some may not want to disclose their status, and maybe they want also to avoid stigma afterwards. To this end, it is really key to involve dedicated offices that may already exist in your organizations, but also students' organizations, students' associations, alumni networks, who can help promote the programs to people with few opportunities by sharing their own experience with friends, with peers, with fellow students, and help them define the most suitable activity for them. So targeted promotional material can be implemented, including sign language, easy to read and braille, with information on the possibility also to benefit from extra funding. If I know in advance that I can have extra funding that I may need, so I can maybe think of the possibility to apply to go abroad. Participants shall be informed of the opportunities they may get. Some may not want to disclose the need of an additional grant, for instance, so the information shall reach the possible target. During implementation, it is important that it is foreseen also the use of inclusive teaching methodologies or support from accompanying persons during mobility. It is possible through the additional funding of accompanying person. There should be a staff member at the organization. They can exchange about their experience. So the contact of the inclusion officer we talked before in the interinstitutional agreement, for instance. And after, it is important to learn from the experience, to evaluate your experience and involve return participants to promote and encourage future participation. Monitoring of this measure is key to inclusion and the diversity strategy through quantitative and qualitative data. Monitoring is expected by the organizations themselves and will be and is conducted by the national agencies. One very precious source of qualitative monitoring is the participant survey form. This report is filled in by each participant in mobility, student and staff, and is very key for the quality aspects, because it includes questions on inclusion, such as motivation to go abroad on a short term rather than on a long-term mobility, or how the TOPAC grant has helped taking this decision, and an evaluation of the support received both at the home and the hosting organization. So, but how then to jump from policy to practice? So how can organizations get ready? How to create expertise and the professionals on inclusion and diversity to deal with connected issues such as the disclosure or the need to avoid stigma. There are various resources available in the program. The staff dealing with inclusion in their organization can benefit from working together, can benefit with the job shadowing experiences, peer learning experiences, exchanges during conferences such as this one, and the program support such mobility with the staff training mobility. A meaningful resource is the Salto inclusion education that provides knowledge, training, resources, and support through tools, guidelines, reports that it develops during the years, courses, network meeting for both national agencies and program beneficiaries that these organizations in all fields: school, adult education, vocational education and training, higher education as well. Moreover, national agencies are requested by the regulation to define a national action plan for inclusion and diversities. As the Erasmus Plus national agencies for our sectors, INDIRE is responsible for the school education sector, adult education sector, and the higher education one. We have drafted our inclusion action plan that aims at the inclusion of institutions that are newcomer to the activities or to the program overall, that are less attractive and less active, the inclusion of territories such as schools or institutions in remote areas, in rural areas, in peripheries, and of course, the inclusion of people with disabilities or with socio-economic disadvantage or migrants. The action plan is performed through especially gatherings, meetings, and exchanges among newcomers, institutions, and those with more experience that can compare their action plans, they compare their activities and their strategies on the theme of inclusion and diversity. Then we organize events to motivate and involve teachers, educators, and trainers to propose quality activities that are cross-sectoral to all the sectors. The involvement of local bodies to identify schools that have not participated in Erasmus and involve them in events we intend to propose. You see that our national action plan is focused especially on the school level of education, being INDIRE, the oldest research institute for education, school education. And we promote initiatives that support aggregation, collaboration, and partnership between small schools or schools in disadvantaged areas, as well as gathering and exchanges among ambassadors and alumni, as the Peace LTA activities I was mentioning before. To conclude, it is a very meaningful resource to identify good practice, the Erasmus Plus project results. This platform gathers ongoing and completed projects since 2014 onwards, and it gives access to all funded projects that can be searchable by topic, by year, by country, with the possibility to identify good practices on inclusion and their results. It's a great repository to get inspiration and to explore possible synergies with ongoing or completed projects to other meaningful stakeholders for your organizations. Moreover, synergies with other union funds and national funds shall be sought to allow for a greater impact of these projects. I'd like to mention some of the strategic partnerships. There are several funded within the framework of the Key Action 2 of the program dealing with inclusion and diversity, exploring new ways of addressing these issues, these needs. For instance, using virtual reality or artificial intelligence to implement an e-learning adaptive digital tool for supporting students with dyslexia, and the proposal of sustainable teaching and training partners for higher education institutions to allow them boost their strength, counteracting these weaknesses. Another project tries to define a professional profile for visual disabilities rehabilitators. So it is centered on a professional figure that is not yet defined or in a specific framework, which can play a reference role at European level for the formalization and certification of this qualification. Another project focused on the third mission of European higher education institutions and the decisive role they can have in providing solutions to societal challenges, specifically those related to migration. Migrant and refugees students that till now have been deeply supported by European higher education institutions that have made considerable efforts to facilitate their access through financial support, admission procedures, recognition of qualifications, language, and psychological support. However, this project aims for a more central strategic approach to this end, and has produced a report, a comparative analysis of 13 European higher education institutions' strategies for migrant and refugee inclusion as part of their social responsibility and diversity approach, as well as a toolkit for university staff and services to assess and support the integration and development of strategies and actions related to diversity and migration. Or again, many projects are focusing on empower educators to put technological solutions at the service of pedagogy and boost their teaching performances. So the Erasmus Plus project result platform is a good resource to identify toolkits, guidelines, source of inspiration, but also good partners to proceed in networks with. To conclude, I would like to remind you about the public the public consultation that the European Commission has opened and is ongoing until the next 8th of December on the evaluation of the Erasmus Plus program. The evaluation will assess the effectiveness, efficiency, and performance of the program, including, of course, the new initiative and the delivery of inclusion and simplification measures. It will also serve as an evaluation and assessment of the impact of the former 2014-2020 MFF Erasmus Plus program. And I really invite you to take part to these consultations as important stakeholders to give your opinion, your comments and vision for the next program, comments on how the Erasmus program has been effective and efficient, but also maybe suggestion on what the Erasmus Plus program still needs, on which activities can be included or synergies can be included in the new program. We are in the middle of the evaluation of this MFF, and next year the European Commission is expected to draft the proposal for next MFF Erasmus Plus program starting in 2028. So please participate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Peritore, for this very rich and thorough presentation on project strategies, of which sometimes we don't know enough. As you said, we need more information, and we'll take your invitation and participate to the evaluation. I think we have maybe 5 minutes. If there are any questions, comments, needs for clarification, we can collect them before starting the first session of this morning. No question or comment? Yes, please, we come with the mic.
I was just wondering, in terms of the public consultation, are students able to feedback on this? Or is it only for staff?
Yes, of course, and please spread information. It is a public consultation. It is open basically to all citizens, but also stakeholders are asked to convey their opinion on this. There will be many different consultations you will see will be addressed by your own national agencies, but also by the European Commission specifically as program beneficiaries, as stakeholders. But this one is public and is aimed at all citizens. Thank you for your question.
It looks as if there are no more questions. We thank again Dr. Claudia Peritore for her presentation. We hope to meet in person soon. We also thank Raffaella Campaner, if she's still online, and maybe we can immediately start the first session. I didn't introduce myself. Some of you already know me. I'm Cristina De Maria. I'm the University of Bologna Rector's Delegate on Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, and I'm also a member of the Una.Europa Diversity Council, and I'm very happy to chair this first session of this hotbed of different approaches to diversity and inclusion, and the first session is dedicated to the visions, the strategies, how we think and try also to implement diversity and inclusion in our institution and throughout the alliances. We have many speakers, so I don't want to take too much of your time. We'll have a time for questions and answers at the end of the session. And I want to introduce our first speaker, that is also the chair of my Diversity Council, and Professor Anna-Lena Ritaoja of the University of Helsinki, is the chair of the Una.Europa Diversity Council, and that will speak about the Una.Europa Vision and Action Plan on Diversity and Inclusion. Please, Anna-Lena, thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Christina, for the introductions, and nice to meet all of the kind of members from various alliances here as well. So I'm Anna-Leena Riitaja, and I'm going to talk about our vision and action plan and how diversity is implemented there. But a little bit before going there, I will say a few words about how diversity is included in Una.Europa mission. And as you have already seen in Erasmus Plus and other things, it is there, but in order to also show how our vision and action plan is rooted to the idea of Una.Europa Alliance, so diversity is there as one of the key values. And it's mentioned there strongly, so Una.Europa wants to place the diversity as a central value. There are also different areas where this is taken into account. That's called like institutional drivers. So there are areas related to values, integration, and about how Una.Europa should be acting globally. And all these areas touch diversity in a way or another. And then, of course, when we talk about diversity, one very central question always is that how do we interpret diversity and how it's made a systemic part of the planning and actions. And this is something we are also very interested in the Council, so that we don't talk about diversity only, but we also think about how it's part of everything, as was taken also into account in the talks earlier today. So in Una.Europa, diversity and inclusion is one of the so-called transversal themes. So here the idea is that it's basically cross-cutting all our actions and all our bodies, so instead of being a separate area. And there are several other areas as well that are transversal themes, and we collaborate as a diversity council representing the theme diversity and inclusion with these other transversal themes, and also like thinking like how they can together support each other to kind of make the Una.Europa of what we would like it to be. So there are obviously overlapping between these different themes as well, as you can think. So Diversity Council is a permanent body of Una.Europa, and its idea is to support Una.Europa to achieve the goal of embedding diversity in all dimensions of Una collaboration, and also to promote an equal and non-discriminating study and work-related environment for all members of the Una community. And especially the focus is on equity and social justice for all disadvantaged groups. I just want to show the picture of our meeting in March, and here are many of our members, not all of the members, but we met in Madrid in order to work our vision and action plan that I'm going to talk very briefly. And here is also like our members' names and the universities they are coming from. So then to go to the idea of diversity, what do we mean by diversity? So we have a definition of diversity that is actually originally published in the report Engaging with Diversity in European Universities in 2022. And there are three key areas. Difference, that means acknowledgement of differences structured by social categories, such as race, ethnicity, gender, social class, ability, sexuality, religion, and age, and so on. And programmatic advocacy of those differences so that they would be actively valued and promoted. Then equity, that means providing fair access to opportunities, resources, and ultimately power. And here implicit is also the need to dismantle systemic barriers to access and the vision of social justice. So we need to change the structures. And then inclusion, which means the environment where all individuals are visible and feel valued and connected. They have a sense of belonging, and they can also actively and meaningfully participate. In other words, they have an agency within the organization. And this is the definition of diversity we use when we talk about diversity. It includes all these three elements there, and sort of to clarify what we stand for. Very briefly, I mentioned that what we are doing now with our Vision Action Plan has also grounding in the previous round of the Una.Europa funding and projects, and there are two reports that are already out. They are publicly available. If you Google them, and you will find them. And there are recommendations related to how to strengthen diversity in Una.Europa universities. And in universities more broadly as well, because I believe many of these things also resonate with other universities. And there are 4 areas of recommendations here. One is related to how we work with the diversity data and how we collect it, how we use it, why we don't collect certain data, what are the justifications, are they like good justifications, how we make it publicly available, and how we make it as part of the policy making and changes. Then also how to take in our research and innovation diversity into account from the very beginning of planning research projects or calls for funding, and through all the way there, HR-related questions, etc., and all related to that. Then also the education environment for the students, how to foster a diverse and safe campus through equipping staff and with diversity skills instead of leaving it to individual students and teachers to take care of. And also the idea of sharing good practices that might be partly contextual, partly something that are related to all our environments, but collecting these good practices for each others to share. And also just mentioning that there is also information about the projects related to students and diversity in that report, if you are interested in hearing more about or reading more about that. So in our Vision and Action Plan that is now published in this summer, together with other Vision and Action Plans of the transversal themes, we have also identified critical trends that we believe are important to take into account. So it's important for us to be aware of the historical and social processes that have produced inequalities and exclusion globally and locally. So it means that we are not working in a vacuum, but we also recognize how we got here in this situation where we are now. And that means that we also understand the role of normativities, such as whiteness, classism, ableism, heteronormativity, and dominant language ideologies that can result in systematic institutional barriers for people who don't fit in those norms that take place in our universities. Then also one important question is in university environment overall, but also if we are operating with universities with long history and tradition that are well known and so on, that how do we turn elitist structures into more inclusive policies? It means that we need to find a way of making, bridging these 2 different kind of sides together and find ways of making it inclusive. Then also looking at the global ecological and social challenges at the moment and what it means for our universities, for our societies and the whole planet. And that's very central and increasing area in the future as well. And also historical role of the global inequalities behind in where we are at the moment with the challenges in global level. It's also important to recognize. Then there are many dystopian global trends as well. So we see the wars, climate change, rise of fascism, pandemics that have been with us, and mass starvation, etc. So all of these are, of course, existential crises, and it's important that we also keep in mind that we need to, as universities, stand for a kind of a future that also will be mindful for these things and work actively for making a change. So then about the ongoing actions, there is a report again available publicly about the visions and action plans of transversal themes, published in this summer. And I will now go to the actions that I previously taught about the diversity, concept of diversity and kind of the ideas for the future. So these are concrete actions then. So basically what we want to do is to turn the results and recommendations in those previous reports that I showed in the practices in Una.Europa, and of course communicate them more broadly as well. So one is to bring diversity in Una governance structures by strengthening the role of the council and the role of diversity in that way. And the idea is that kind of all the processes have been kind of planned, conducted and evaluated in the light of diversity, so it goes throughout all the processes and all levels of the processes. Then we want to also translate the results and recommendations into tools. So what we know about all these different areas that have been tackled in the previous reports and what else we have So we want to create a diversity-related quality criteria for Una.Europa activities, and also guidelines how to work with diversity data, so that we would be aware of how we collect it, why we collect it, how we use it, and possibly also synchronize this between universities in one way or another, so that we would also have data about what is happening in our universities. Then we also want all the Una.Europa groups to make a diversity plan, which means simply like, what is their understanding of diversity, where do they want to go, how they are going to get there, and what they need from us in order to get there. Then we have also one area that is related to communication, strengthening communication about diversity, also the role of the Diversity Council, and then also to contribute to actions like Una.Europa Staff Week, like at the moment, and Una Talks, which is happening right now, and then also to support reciprocal cycles of communication concerning students and concerning minoritized groups. We see that it's very central that we have a communication with people for whom we are thinking about doing these things, or with whom we want to do them. So basically, it also means then that we also think about what is the way to foster safe participation for the students and also for staff members from minoritized groups. Then also one area is to expand the knowledge, to take into account what is happening in the society and world at the moment, the emerging societal debates and changing expectations of the universities, and bring that into discussion. And then one idea is to organize a conference on decolonizing higher education, and to contribute then with the themes of diversity and inclusion to our activities, such as summer schools and different kind of education programs. Some are like so-called micro-credentials, for example, a few study points there, or then more broadly like broader programs there. So this is my part about the Una.Europa Diversity Council and our vision and action plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna-Lena, for reminding us very important things, that we have to start from understanding diversity, but also in order to change elitist structure into more inclusive policies, and the importance of data and all the other challenges that are waiting for us. I now give the floor to Lucia Gennaro from the University of Padua, from Arcus Alliance. And she will speak about an evolving approach engaging the university community towards an inclusive European alliance. So let's hear what Arcus does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, not only for the open conference in itself, but because it is embedded in the staff week. And I'm really happy and curious then to hear about it. I always find it extremely valuable when we meet among people who work for alliances, because I do feel that we are facing sort of the same challenges, and we also work with the same drive and motivation against all odds sometimes. So I'm really happy to share with you all. I would like to thank, before I start my presentation, the organizers of the conference, the whole Una.Europa team, the speakers who came before me, and the speakers who will come after me. I'm looking forward to hearing all the experiences. So I feel we all speak a common language, not because we speak English, but because we all share our work in the Alliance, and I hope that, well, as you all do, I think that all students and staff one day will speak the same language. I always say that I'm working for my kids, and my eldest is 10 now, so it's sort of a long-term project. Yes, it has to be. So as far as the presentation is concerned, the structure is quite simple. I am going to speak about, let's say, the organizational solutions that we try to find to work in diversity and inclusion in the Arcus Alliance, and especially I will speak about the changes in the transition between the pilot phase and the current phase. And I know that all the speakers here are from either first or second generation alliances, so we all either went through that phase or are going through it right now. So I know you'll understand perfectly what I'm talking about. And I'm going to speak about the past and current setup of the Alliance and the positioning, let's say, of the diversity and inclusion cluster of activities in both phases. And then I will point out some key facts about the transition and try to go through some of the challenges and some of the results that we achieved. I started drafting a list and then I had to stop, but you will see later I probably missed many. Anyway, so this is the setup of the Arcus Alliance in the pilot phase, so from 2019 to 2022. As you see, we were 7 partners. Each partner institution, as you see here in the map, coordinated one action line. So let's say the responsibility of all the topics was spread throughout the alliance. The coordinating institution is the University of Granada, and during the first phase, the University of Padua, to which I belong, coordinated, chaired the action line 2, called Widening Access, Inclusion and Diversity. This is, let's say, a focus on how the action line was structured. We had 13 different activities, and this is more or less the structure that they had. So we had 3, let's say, blocks of activities corresponding to the 3 phases of a person's relationship with the university. So it's pre-university, university life, let's say, and post-university. Pre-university, as you see, is not only about right before or at entry, but it involves children and preventive early career education, and it's all about those activities that really open horizons for children who maybe have never even considered university in their life because they didn't even know of the possibility. Then we had a number of activities during university, let's say for students and staff as they were living their university path. So staff development, tutoring, etc. And then, say, block of activities on the transition to the world of work. And so the activity you see there is most of all related to career services, where we tried to make them more inclusive. Then there was a number of activities focused on widening access. So, for instance, those targeting specific groups, refugees, students at risk, senior students, students with mental disabilities, etc. And say a general action of common policy development, where we drafted a common charter, an Arcus common charter on gender equality, inclusion, and sustainability. Then we moved to phase 2, where we are now. So we lived through the pilot phase, now we're in phase 2, and we hope to go towards phase 3, being a fully fledged European university. And this is our current setup. So right now we sort of exploded, both in terms of partners and in terms of activities, as you will see later. We are 9 partners currently. The University of Bergen exited the alliance, left the alliance at the end of the first phase, unfortunately, but we integrated 3 new partners. 2 of them, the University of Wrocław in Poland and the University of Minho, were integrated in Portugal, were integrated during the application phase for the second phase of the alliance, while Maynooth is university in Ireland, is the last university that has been integrated just a few months ago officially. And we have an associated partner, which is the National University of Kiev, Mohyla Academy, to which I'm very close as I work in the diversity and inclusion, say, cluster of activity for the Alliance. You can also see some key numbers there. And now I will go on to describe the activities. So this is the structure of the work packages that we have now. We don't call them action line anymore. Now they become work packages. So as you see at the center, we have the people, so the university community in its different components. So communities of practice, the living lab, which is meant to be creative, academic, and student-led hotbed of initiatives, and the Arcus Student Agora, which is a brand new work package. As we saw that in Arcus 1, we did not have any work package specifically dedicated to student engagement, and we realized that was really missing. So in Arcus 2, we set it up. Then we have the different missions, as you see, so those work packages related to teaching and learning, to joint degrees, joint programs, etc., to teaching innovation, to PhD and researchers, and to linking local ecosystems, so trying to open up to other actors in the society around us. Then on the right side of the slide, you see those that we call tools, Digital Arcus, taking care of the digital environment of the Alliance, the Arcus Talent and Innovation Fund, which is a fund that we used for scholarships, for instance, and for bottom-up initiatives, and Arcus Development, which focuses on strategy. And on the left-hand side, we have the Arcus on the Move, so the work package dedicated to mobility, the work package dedicated to the Plurilingual and Intercultural Hub, and US, which is the work package 10, Arcus Inclusion and Diversity Hub. So this is more or less the structure. As you see, there has been a growth, an explosion, I would say, of everything. This is a focus on the Arcus Inclusion and Diversity Hub as it is structured now. I put the deliverables on the slide. I don't really like the word deliverables. This is too technical. It's sort of a cold project vocabulary, but I think it was just to show the kind of activities that we are working on. So we are setting up an accessible digital repository, which actually will become not only a repository, but a dynamic web space where we will promote our activities. We are due to deliver an inclusion and diversity action plan, which will build on the common charter that I talked about earlier. We will have to prepare periodic reports on inclusion and diversity in the Arcus Alliance. The action plan to support students and scholars at risk, well, the focus on students and scholars at risk has been like central in Arcus since its inception, and we have already finalized a first version of this report focused on Ukraine, with a focus on Ukraine, and we did it with a collaboration of our associated partner, which was extremely interesting as we more and more realized that with all good intentions, but our perspectives are very different from theirs. So it was very interesting to actively have them in the working group. Then we're due to prepare a professional development plan for Arcus communities practice. So we go back to staff development. And then we have a deliverable on learning resources, of course, inclusive learning resources. And this is more or less what we are doing right now. We are also including some activities that where we didn't want to lose the results and the outcomes that were achieved during Arcus 1. So many of those activities are were sort of repositioned within these deliverables, and we are carrying them out as we carry out these that you see on the slide. So as I was saying, the work package is very different, both as structurally and conceptually, let's say, from Action Line 2, from the phase 1. But we are trying to work in continuity on the one hand, and on the other, we are also trying to, of course, innovate and be dynamic. We are trying to engage in the Arcus communities as actors of change, and we are trying to respond to the needs of the Arcus communities. The subdivision into tasks, I didn't mention the tasks because it was too technical to me, but the deliverables that I showed earlier are divided into tasks. Enter into 3 tasks. One is the hub itself and its organization and evolution. The other is called inclusive teaching and learning, where some of the deliverables you so belong to, such as the learning resources. And the third task is called enabling people, empowering communities. And it includes, for instance, the action plan to support students and scholars at risk. So what we did is we tried to structure this work package so that it mirrored the general structure of the Alliance so that we could have easier connections with everything that is going on in the Alliance to have a deeper impact. As you see, it is a profound rethinking of the approach of Action Line 2, which, as I mentioned earlier, responded to the narrative of addressing citizens over a timeline of their relationship with the university, while now the thought we had was different and aimed at enabling change towards an inclusive and excellent Arcus Alliance. The two ideas are often seen as contradicting each other, but I don't believe that is true. So this is another thing that I would like to show you. As I mentioned earlier, the responsibility of the coordination of the work packages during the pilot phase was one Action Line, one university. As we entered into phase 2, we thought that we didn't want any university to be associated with one topic. So saying, University of Padua, inclusion, Vilnius University, teaching and learning, et cetera, et cetera. So what we did is we have now, all the work packages have 2 or 3 equal co-leads. So these are the work packages that the University of Padua co-leads together with other universities. So we co-lead the Inclusion and Diversity Hub together with the University of Leipzig, Arcus on the Move together with Vilnius University and the University of Lyon 1, and the work package on students' engagement together with the University of Minho. And this is just one example. I didn't want to show all the structure because it's very complex, but it's just to say that this of course, allows for greater responsibility, greater engagement, and of course, deeper connections and cross-fertilization, which, for instance, at the University of Padua, I'm very happy that we co-lead these 3 work packages in particular because I think they are very connected to each other. So we're working both on inclusive mobility, we're working with students on inclusion issues, etc. And just to say, UniPD is bigger, not because we have more power or we're better, it's just that I was making this example, so I wrote it in the big letters. And this one is another idea that we had during Arcus, during the application, not during the application phase, but in the last few months. We thought that managing all these work packages was sort of too much, and we really needed to create connections among them. So we grouped them into action lines. So all the work packages, let's say, belonging to education are into the action line education, and so on and so forth, for an easier and smoother connection between them, among them. We, as the Inclusion and Diversity Hub, are among the overarching work packages, and I will go back to that later. And this is a structure that actually is not final. It is still under discussion because it has its pros and cons, let's say. So it can be that at the next presentation, this slide will not exist, it will be completely changed. So very fast, I would go through the main challenges, some of them at least that came to my mind. So one is that there is an extremely varied institutional commitment to inclusion, both at the level of the individual university and at the alliance level. So this, of course, makes it difficult for us to work equally in all institutions. And if I may add, it's also the organizational structure of every university is very different, and this also adds to the challenges because not all universities have equally structured inclusion units or offices or structures. Sometimes they are within one, I don't know, the student services area. Sometimes they are somewhere else. Sometimes the Arcus Alliance is managed at the level of the International Relations Division. Sometimes it is managed by the Vice Rectorate, so it's very different, and this makes it complex to work, of course. Sometimes we have inclusion perceived as being detrimental to excellence, which is quite a challenge. And we also have resistance sometimes, especially in certain contexts, to the idea of promoting, for instance, more inclusive calls. Sometimes positive action is perceived as privilege rather than taking a positive action towards certain disadvantaged groups. The connection with the other work packages, as you saw, the structure is quite complex, so it's not always easy, and not all work packages have the same commitment to inclusion. Being an overarching work package, as I showed you earlier, is like conceptually right. We're very happy to be transversal, but this makes it extremely difficult to be somewhere. So we're meant to be everywhere, but then this doesn't really mean we're really somewhere sometimes. And another challenge that I found is that the balance between, inclusion is a very wide and dynamic concept. And if we sometimes try to work along those lines, but then it is difficult to be really incisive, really effective. So sometimes we favor then, I wrote small, limited actions, maybe it's not the right word, but limited in scope. Very effective, but limited in scope. That's what I meant. These are just some of the challenges then. This morning, as I was traveling in the train, I had many thoughts, but this is just part of the challenges I thought. And this is my final slide on a positive side, just not to talk about the challenges all the time. So main results is that all universities are on board on inclusion. They are extremely active. We have an excellent group of people working. We, as I said, integrated actively the Natural University of Kiev Mohila Academy, of course, in the ways that they can right now, because it's not easy, of course, to work with them. But it is extremely, extremely interesting to listen to their views and their insights and their perspectives on the current situation, and especially on what they need as support. Because with all good intentions, we really want to support them, but we realize more and more that our good intentions are not enough, and that we really need to integrate their perspectives. As I mentioned, we finished the action plan to support students and scholars at risk with focus on Ukraine. And we also delivered and shared a survey targeted to the Ukrainian students who studied abroad during the last academic year. And the survey was focused on the support services that they were provided to them by their host institutions, not only Arcus host institutions, just anywhere in the world. And we just closed it very recently, just a few days ago. So we're going to analyze the results and present them in a dedicated webinar soon. We have an inclusive learning project starting with a preparatory visit to Maynooth University in Ireland, which is extremely advanced in inclusion issues. And they have this very interesting approach of having like a basic support structure for all students, and then it sort of goes up like a pyramid. So you have more and more specific supports depending on the students' needs. We are coordinating especially with the work package on students' engagement and with mobility to promote a more inclusive mobility and to include in an online interactive map, which will be soon on the Arcus website, information on support services specifically available for vulnerable and disadvantaged groups of students. And we had the idea of having, promoting the first Inclusion and Diversity Staff Week, and this was greatly inspired by Francesca and her inviting us and sharing with us what is happening right now. So for this I really thank you, because I proposed this to the board, and they were the Work Package 10 board, and they were really happy to welcome the idea. So we hope soon to manage to organize it. We will be invited, of course. We really find it significant also that you have like this open moment within the staff week. Sorry. And this is it for me, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lucia, for such an interesting presentation. I already have many questions. We share the same challenges, but we will have time to discuss later. We are ahead of time, strangely so. So we'll have plenty of time to discuss and exchange good practices, because what I wanted to know more about is actual practices. But now I give the floor, and I thank for being with us Monica Fasciani from Sapienza University in Rome, from Civis Alliance, and her speech will be on opening up to Africa, which is something that many alliances are doing right now. How to make a European University Alliance truly inclusive and international. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everybody. So yes, my name is Monica Fasciani, and I'm the institutional coordinator, which is the project manager of the Civis project and the Alliance in Sapienza University. And thank you very much to Università di Bologna for inviting us to this very interesting event. And it's really a pleasure to share with you all, with the speakers, let's say the many features of what was described as diversity and inclusion. And as you can see from the title of my presentation, we are, let's say that we are not very much in the broad sense of what also Professor Rita Oia explained before on inclusion and diversity, but I will talk more about what is related to the global perspective of this concept. And so the opening to associate partners, specifically from Africa, for what Civis is concerned. But I'm very happy that I also listened to the previous speeches, because, we are very much in line with what was said before from Indire about the Erasmus Plus priorities, and also from the actions that are used, especially mobility, because I will show you that Civis used one specific tool of short mobility very extensively, and I will talk about that later. So Civis is an alliance of 11 universities that are mostly comprehensive and publicly funded, and they have a very specific eye on local societies and society at large. And they are linked also with many African and Mediterranean university partners. In the previous phase, in the pilot phase, Civis was an alliance of 8 partners. Then we had University from Salzburg, Paris Lodron, who joined during the pilot phase, and also the University of Glasgow as associate partners, of course. And from this year, also the University of Lausanne. Okay, so here are now the 11 partners. And as you can see, we have also 6 associate partners from the African continent, because they are mostly spread all over it. We have from Morocco to Tunisia and from South Africa. So I will talk about them more later on. So just my presentation would be this. I mean, I want to give you a framework of what civic is, because I don't know if many of you knows the project and the alliance, and then I will talk about our objectives in terms of let's say, global perspective and the partnership with African institutions, and our action plan related to the objectives and what we have achieved so far from the previous phase and now. So this is the structure of civics, as all the project is split in work packages. We have the transversal ones, which are the management and dissemination, and then we have tried to group different work packages in stream, in let's say, a larger group which are from a related topic. So the first one is challenge-based education and civic engagement, and here we are building our civic engagement strategy and also our challenge-based strategy, and both will go through all the activities that we are implementing in civics, the educational activities, the research activities, etc. And of course, in this particular stream, we have a special focus also on the local to global perspective, and the projects which we want to deliver in terms of challenge-based education and related to civic engagement topics are perceived or are thought of as projects that will be open to a global partnership. Then we have a second stream, which is the inter-university campus, the blue one, and here we talk a lot about mobility and about what I saw also in Arcus, the inter-university digital campus is called, which should be a virtual environment that links many aspects of the project, from the communication part to the sharing of contents, to also the management. We will see is a tool of management also of the mobility process, for example, that we implemented. And as a third stream, we have the green one, which is related to embedded joint educational offer. And this one is, I mean, the embedded joint educational offer is meant for all cycles, so from the first one to the PhD doctoral education, and we do not want to leave aside also the modular educational offer, which we are trying to use also in terms of embedding it into the other cycles, and this we'll see is also a process that is involving blended intensive programs. So this is more or less the structure of the project. And we had set some priorities which are related to civic engagement, to innovative pedagogies, which, as you can see, are cross-cutting themes that are, I mean, can be implemented in all the activities that we carry out, and of course local and global partnerships, so this global perspective I mentioned before. And these priorities, together with the actions we want to implement, created opportunities for different beneficiaries that are related to civics, which are the student, because we had many intercultural experiences and summer schools and involvement of students through student council and ambassadors, and the academics as well are beneficiaries because they are involved in the hubs which are challenge-based, and we had also research partnerships that led to, you can see, Civis 3i and Risk for Civics are two horizon projects. Civis 3i, I think, is Marie Curie Action, and which, I mean, they derive from civics, and also for the staff, because we organized language cafes, Civics Academy, which foresaw before also summer schools and workshops on different topics, and of course it's an environment of best practice, best or good practices exchange among the partners. So these priorities and the actions are realized through collaborative spaces, which are both virtual and in presence. And we involve students, as I said, in the student council and with ambassadors. We have, let's say, more virtual or exchange spaces in the open labs, the hubs, and the digital campus. And we have also events like the Global Civics Days, which we organize annually in one of the University of the Alliance, and which collect at that moment all the partners and all the people involved in civics. So how do we relate these collaborative spaces? I have to say that in Civis we have created 5 hubs which are based on the on some of the global challenges that we picked up among the ones that were identified, which are climate, health, digitalization, cities in terms of sustainable mobility and sustainable cities, and society at large. And these hubs are mainly a place where academics can come together to work together and propose, of course, activities, educational activities, research activities. And of course, the topics were selected, I mean, these are global challenges based also on the Sustainable Development Goals, and as we saw also on the Erasmus Plus program priorities. The hubs are linked also to the open labs. The open labs are a creation of the first stream that I showed, which is mainly on civic engagement, because they put together citizens, students, academics, and also let's say the public and private organizations, so public authorities and private organizations. And of course, we have integrated into this flow also the African partners through different activities, which are, as I mentioned, the Global Civis Days or other in-presence events or virtual events, and also with the implementation of a strong field of mobility. So this is just to explain you what these hubs are. So as I said, they are nodes, they are environment where the academics can meet and they can develop collaborative educational offer. And of course, they are based, as I said, on these vital global challenges, which are climate, environment, and energy, society, culture, and heritage, health, cities, territories, and mobility, as I said, and digital and technological transformation. And each lab is led by 2 members of the Alliance. And as you can see, Sapienza is co-leading together with Université de Lausanne the Hub 3 on health. We had 3 hubs, now we have 5 in the second phase. And as the open labs, I already said something, the structure is, I mean, something that wants to put together the academic community, the public administration and regional administrations bodies, civil society organizations, and also representative of the business environment. And they want to create this bridge between university and citizen that in a sense is embedded already in the civic engagement concept. And it aims to generate innovative solutions to relevant local issues. And already in the previous phase, we had like more than 200 stakeholders involved through 25 projects across different regions and cities of the Civis Alliance. We attracted also external funding for improving and increasing our activities. And we are working also on an international joint initiative on European inclusion of migrants and refugees, which is on its, first phases. And now we go to the, let's say, global, local to global, as I said, so to the Civis African partnerships. This is a picture we held in Marseille with all our partners where they participated in this conference. So the African partners are the ones that you see here, so l'Université Hassan II de Casablanca, l'Université de Sfax, l'Université Cheikh Anta Diop de Dakar, Makerere University, Kampala, Eduardo Mondlane University, and University of, this is very difficult, Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, so it's very, it's very spread all over the African continent, as I said. What I want to say here is, we can wonder why to grow on a local aspect when and we know that very well in all the alliances. I think it's already very difficult to integrate the different national perspectives into a European one. And why Africa, at least this is, of course, I speak for Civis. I have to say that differently from other alliances who are more related or project based on the alliances with the African partners, we used an institution focused approach, because in our constitutive documents there is the objective to have a more comprehensive and long-term relations with a smaller number of universities. And then, of course, there is, these are some of the other reasons that pushed us, which are reasons both for going to a global perspective and to Africa specifically, which is the challenge-based approach of civics to education research and societal engagement. The fact that we account for the global and intercontinental dimension of these societal challenges. And then we have a focus, and that's why Africa, on neighbor regions of Europe, and 4 out of 11 partners of the Civic Alliance are Mediterranean countries. Plus, many of the partners had already strong existing partnerships with institutions in the regions that we involved. We had plus 600 active cooperation and plus 250 partner institutions in 43 countries, Africa and Mediterranean countries at large. So what we did was a comprehensive survey with all the partners that we had bilaterally in each institution, and you can see that from the colored map. So that was the situation at the beginning. And then we chose 6 partners for the reason I explained before. We wanted to have a smaller amount, but more comprehensive relations. And how did we choose the partners? Basically, the reasons were their scientific approach to the main thematic topics that I said before, the hubs, so the challenges that we had indicated, and the links with more than one, with several of the partners of the alliance, and also their perception and their commitment in promoting a socially engaged academy. So these were mainly the criteria we used, and we arrived to these 6 partners with the ambition to be the alliance at the moment, at that time, but as we said before, now one of the alliances of reference for European connection with Mediterranean and African regions. So we started with some actions and some events that involved, as I showed before in the picture that was more comprehensive, that one as well. With an event in Marseille in last November, and defining an action plan which wanted us to start developing a funding ecosystem to involve more extensively the African partners, exploring and initiating, implementing also applications in other EU programs, including partners in BIPs, in civics work streams, and in the civics governance. Defining some steps to include partners also in the Civics Digital Campus, and completing what had already been started before, which was a cycle of delegation visits to these partner countries, and establishing also civics expert groups. I have to say that we do not have a diversity council, but we have some officers which deals with different and specific topics, like, for example, the innovative pedagogies officer, and we have the global awareness officers, of course, because this is focused on our priorities and objectives. And from this conference, some main aims came out for the partnership, which are related to joint research projects and joint research-oriented education and training, widening or intensifying what is already there. We have some projects, we need to spread them or to disseminate them. Enhancing also mobility, both in terms of virtual mobility and in-presence mobility, contributing to the internationalization of the institution, and sharing and strengthening capacities and know-how with our partners, because their contribution is really very valuable for what we are doing. and contributing and making a societal impact, and being a door opener, so a connecting link also for the regional networks that we all have. So how we conceived this strategy. At the partnership organization level, we decided, as I said before, relating to the action plan that we had defined, to introduce our African partners to the governance structure. In the governance of civics, there is the board of directors, the steering committee, and the hub councils. They are part of the governance as well. And we created a membership of the African partners in the hub council so that they can participate in the activities of the hubs. And we created some specific joint meetings for the board of directors and the steering committee meeting. I mean, they have meetings like once per month or every 3 months, like for the board of directors. And we created specific occasions in which the African partners can participate. And this is all also deriving from an agreement that we signed during the conference that we had, or at least coming from that as well, from there as well. The conference that we had in Marseille, in which there was I mean, the possibility to share views and to create a sort of shared also strategy for the European and African partnership. At the level of the partnership contents, as I said, we are aiming to include the partners in these joint research projects and joint research-oriented training. In the joint educational offers, and this was done mainly, or I mean, we are trying to do it because there are some challenges with the blended intensive program and also with the joint, in a broader sense, courses and seminars and study programs that we are creating. And in the collaboration for societal impact, also we want to include the African partner in the collaboration with the open labs. And the tools that we are using, which are transversal to all these activities, are the creation of a funding ecosystem, as I mentioned in the action plan, which is made up of information and application support, a mobility structure which addresses both, I mean, all students, academics, and staff, also from the African partners, and a capacity strengthening which goes through staff training activities. So these are the main achievements that we reached so far. At the partnership organization level, we had this work level collaboration that was established through the agreement, etc. We had partnership support measures implemented, so creation of a contact and project database, funding information database. We had 2 high-level network meetings held, the delegation visits to each of the partners, which were very useful to talk of the specificities of each partner, of each African partner involved. And we had the first joint steering committee meeting in June 2023, and the expert group and on global partnership that was established. And here I said it's planned, but actually we had the first Hub Council meeting in Rome last week, which involved also African partners. We paid this with international credit mobility or with funding from each, I mean, the European universities. At the level of the partnership, we had, I mean, there was this joint public conference with African EU partnerships. We are preparing some joint policy actions in order to, let's say, deliver our position on some things that could ease the relations and the integration of African partners or, let's say, global partners into the alliances. And we had some 6 project funding applications for EU programs and 4 were funded. And we had also blended intensive programs open to partners. We are trying to do that, so it's not very easy. And some mobility opportunities established. So I said for the ecosystem, I said what we have done. We have created a database and network platform. we provided information through the newsletter and approaching potential applicants, and we had also active support for applicants in terms of training, active contribution, and organizational initiative and support. And we try to include them into these BIPs, but as I said, this is not very easy. It's quite challenging. I have to say that, as I mentioned before, Civis was a leading alliance with BIPs. I think we have already implemented like 50 BIPs, and we have created a sort of centralized application and selection process. Yeah, I mean, that is all from my side.
Thank you so much, Monica. And thanks also for adding to the debate the dialogue with the so-called Global South. That maybe we can go back to in the discussion. We are only 5 minutes ahead, but it has been so far a very dense morning, so we decided with the other organizers that we'll have 10 minutes break. So now it's 4 to 12, at 5 past 12, please come back and we will continue with Unite Alliances. that is important, that Carlos Castro and Giorgio Pugnetti that will speak about uniting actions for diversity and inclusion, Politos, gender and inclusion policies, and our experience in Unite. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor De Maria, Francesco, everybody at Unibo for organizing this event and for inviting us. I will give you a very brief introduction, a general introduction to the alliance that we are a member of, Unite. We are part of what many call the first generation, or the ones that participated in the first call back in 2018, so we started in 2019. During the first 3 years, the pilot phase, we were 7 partner universities, mostly technical universities, engineering universities. The cradle of Unite is a cluster that some of you may know. The 7 partners knew each other from cluster. During the second phase, we decided to invite 2 new members to the alliance. They are one from Poland, Wrocław Technical University, and TU Graz. So along with Politecnico di Torino, Aalto University, KTH, Darmstadt, who is the coordinator, Grenoble, UPC, Barcelona, and U Lisbon, we form Unite. During these first 3 years, we have also had some changes. Some of our partners have changed because now we have University of Lisbon that has become a comprehensive university. At the very beginning when they started, it was East, which was Istituto Superiore Tecnico Lisboa, as well as Grenoble that now is also comprehensive. Now, a little bit about what we did during the first 3 years in terms of diversity and inclusion. Actually, when we started out, and I really can't say, but now, you know, in hindsight, what I'm thinking about is that maybe because we're, you know, technical universities, we did not really have within the organization and the structure of our alliance a dedicated group working on inclusion and diversity. But that does not mean that we did not really do anything in terms of inclusion and diversity. In fact, within one of the groups that we had that dealt mostly with multiculturalism and multilingualism, a subgroup decided that it was obviously something that Unite needed was some sort of charter in which we shared our policies in terms of inclusion and diversity, and therefore they worked on this document that was then published around a year and a half ago, and it's available on our site, which is an interesting, it's a very general document in terms of inclusion and diversity, but at the same time, I think it you know, pretty much points to what other alliances are doing in terms of trying to define within the alliances what inclusion and diversity means. And from you know, the previous colleagues that have, you know, been talking about inclusion and diversity, it is true. I think it was Lucia from Arcus that mentioned the fact that, you know, it's a very broad, very wide term, so it might mean something different from all of us. At the same time, there were two other, there are 2 other things that I would like to mention that happened during, you know, the first 3 years. One of them is the project IDEM, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity in Mobility, which is a project that is still ongoing. It's halfway through, still 1 more year to go. Politecnico di Torino is associated partner. All the other 6 members, initial 6 part of the 7 initial 6 members are working in this project, and it's a very interesting project in terms of the fact that they are working precisely with mobility and the problems, you know, that students face when they go on mobility, and the reasons why they might not pursue mobility. And at Unite was also, or is, has the H2020, let's say, side project, which will end in December. Within Unite H2020, there was a work package with a subgroup that was dedicated to inclusion and diversity, topics on inclusion and diversity. This is more or less to give you an idea about, how we tackled inclusion and diversity during the first 3 years. Now, lately, and allow me here a very short digression, I've been thinking a lot about inclusion and diversity, and one of, there's a question, something that I keep on asking myself, and I think that this is something, I'm just going to pose the question there, because even listening to some of the presentations this morning, I think kind of like in a way it reinforces, what I've been thinking about is, and the question is there, can we really speak of an inclusive education when many other existing knowledges, and I emphasize the capital S, are left out? Are we truly covering all the bases? Now, I've heard, the words that we keep on using when we talk about inclusion specifically are, gender, social background, education, cultural diversity, religion, political tendencies, and so forth. One of the things that we rarely speak about is knowledges in plural. The way I see it, and what I would argue, is that, inclusion is about peoples, and peoples come with knowledges, and to be truly inclusive, then we would probably have to include all those knowledges as well. Now here, it's tricky because another thing that I would argue is that non-academic knowledge is expert knowledge. The problem here is more about, having a dominant knowledge that, in a way, let's say, is exclusive of the other knowledges, but this is not really the topic of our presentation. It's just something that, along the things that we were doing during the first 3 years and that we're actually doing now, and we are the first that have maybe overlooked this about knowledges. That being said, actually for, the new phase of Unite, the implementation, the full rollout, it has had many names. Within the structure, we actually thought that it was high time that we had a work package, that now work packages, of course, this is the terminology that we used at application phase. So we have work packages. Internally, within Unite, work packages are referred to or are called communities, and each community has expert teams. This is, an idea that we had in terms of how we can actually shift from the project mentality that we had during the first 3 years to a more program-based mentality. Only time will tell whether this is successful or not. In any case, basically, here what you can see is that we had 3 main work packages that dealt with very transversal topics, among which we have work package number 3, that is inclusion, diversity, and well-being, and it's coordinated by the University of Lisbon. In our case, we have 9 work packages, and each work package is coordinated by one of the partners. So now I will give the floor to my colleague Giorgio, who will be more specific about what Politecnico and we are doing at Unite level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Personally, I am a gender equality manager at Politecnico di Torino. I am quite new in the Unite, so I did not participate to the previous phase of Unite, but only with this one. So I will going to tell you, to talk with you what we are doing. We have started only from some months, but also want to share with you which are our Politecnico di Torino gender and inclusion policies. I won't go on deep on them, but I think it is interesting to share our best practice also because we think that one aim of this alliance is to share our best practice. So I think that I will say some words about what we are doing. So before arriving to Unite, I will only tell you something of our inclusion and diversity policies. We have two different, we have gender policies and inclusion policies, but before going on that, I won't only tell that we have two let's say political bodies, which is the Gender Observatory, which was appointed in 2019, and I personally followed this body, and and this observatory is responsible for the gender balances process, which is presented in its first version in October 2020, and now we are working on the next one, which will be published at the end of October. Another figure which is very important in our university is the diversity manager. Before it was the diversity and disability manager, and his role promotes specific action related to our university strategic programs in terms of recognition of gender differences and of their value in an employer branding perspective. And also he works, she's a woman, with people, so staff, but also students with disabilities. Only a few words about our history. Politecnico di Torino is a non-generalist university, so we always have had this problem with very few female students and female professors. So we started to work with the early 20s, but the problem became very important in 2019, where we created a project which is called We Are Here project, with the mean to work with the students and also with the secondary school, and the main aim, the main goal is to increase the number of female students enrolled in the courses of engineering area through the involvement of themselves. We organize events in the high school because we want to fight gender bias and to say that STEM studies, STEM engineering can also be a work, a theme for girl students. And only something about which are our documents and our action plan, which are the Gender Equality Report, the JEP, and the JEAP, which is the Gender Equality Action Plan, in which we can find all our actions about diversity and inclusions, and also with the ones that we find in Unite. Gender Equality Report is every 3 years, and also the JEP and JEAP have this 3 years edition, but every year we do a sort of monitoring and report of what we have done. Also, we work with the inclusion policies, so with the LGBTQ+ communities, also organizing events, and also working with the alias career. And also in the religious field, we are working in order to organize a sort of virtual platform inside university. But now we come back to Unite, which is the main topic of today. As I told you before, I am inside, I am a part of the theme, the work package 3, which is about inclusion. Also about inclusion, the work package 3 has 3 subgroups, and our subgroups is only about inclusion. I have 2 colleagues, one for the well-being and one for the welcome. The one about inclusion, which is mine, we have 3 main areas of action: the creation of a common repository to be used by all partners. We work about a certification program for faculty, staff, and students. The most important, let's say the higher aim was to create a sort of open badge for all the people who can attend courses about inclusion and diversity. And the last one is the developing, planning, and executing training on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Our theme is divided into other subgroups in order to be more operative, and by myself I am in the 3rd one, the training on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. This slide is only to give an idea of which point we are. The common repository is almost complete. You have to imagine that we have started at the beginning of this year, so the common repository was also easier to be fulfilled. And the other 2 main subgroups about certification program are still working on. We are only at the beginning. The certification program wants to collect in all the data about educational, so for students, but also training offerings of individual universities. So we would like to have a sort of menu where you can choose all the courses we want to attend in order to have this certification. For Politecnico di Torino, but all the other technical university, this is not so easy since we are not generalist, so educational and training offerings about inclusion are not very present, but we are trying, we are doing it. The 3rd one, I think it is a very interesting challenge, is designing a 21-day challenge to raise awareness of inclusion and diversity issues throughout all the university community. We are, I don't know if you know what is a 21 days challenge. It is something very common in the Anglo-Saxon world, and we are working on it. Each of us has explored the different types of diversity. We have collected all the guidelines about these different kinds of diversity. For example, inclusive communication, neurodiversity, intersectionality. And now, at the last dialogue, which has been in Wroclaw, we have done a sort of beta test in order to test it. And the real first test will be launched in the next dialogue in order to use it in all our universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you for sharing actual good practices that maybe we'll copy, and for bringing to the debate the gender dimension and also the STEM, which was just mentioned at the beginning, but it's a very important topic, and also to share some doubts about which knowledge are we really sharing, producing as well, and transmitting. I give the floor now to our last speaker, Emanuela Barbero, always from Turin, Torino, but from the University of Turin, and from the Alliance UNITA, that she'll speak about intercomprehension as a mediation tool, how to transform a didactical approach to an instrument for inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Just a short presentation, Emanuela Barbero, University of Torino, and I'm representing here the Alliance UNITA. As you see, we do not have so much fantasy in Piemonte and Torino because we have Politecnico Unite and University UNITA, but okay. Sorry for that. And I just want to present you a very particular instrument or strategy as you want for inclusion, that is intercomprehension. Intercomprehension among Roman languages in this case. And before beginning of my speech, I would like to show you a video, a short video. It's a kind of joke, but maybe you can understand a little bit better what we mean as intercomprehension. Maybe you already know perfectly what intercomprehension is, but okay, thank you. If you can start with the video.
Aiuto!
Ayuda, socorro.
Lo hicimos. Estamos a salvo, Vicente.
Sí, Elena. Afortunadamente podemos nadar.
Sandra, dépêche-toi. Faut tout temps.
Ouf, tais-toi, Benoît. Ou quand je t'attrape, j'ai mal à une jambe. Je peux pas marcher plus vite.
I trasvisca gente, ma dove eri tutti ieri sera quando era al cinema? Allora fino a un bel film.
Ma siete sono dormite. Comunque, e la senti con la madama come parla, a capisci niente.
Ti capisci niente perché sei ignorante.
Hei, suntem cu toții aici. Toată lumea e bine. E cineva rănit? Sunt doctor.
Est-ce qu'il a dit docteur?
Ça peut être, mais avec une mauvaise prononciation.
Je ne crois pas qu'il parle français, Benoît.
Aveți nevoie de ajutor?
Il Signore vi chiede se avete bisogno di aiuto. La sua gamba sembra ferita.
Vous avez dit aiuto. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Aiuto.
Ajutor.
Eu sei. Ajuda.
Ayuda, socorro.
Ah oui, au secours. Oui, oui, aidez-nous.
Ah oui, c'est super. Bonjour, docteur. Depuis quelque temps, j'ai un peu de mal à digérer les produits laitiers.
Tais-toi, Benoît.
Som naufrags en una illa. Cafè, mare.
Andum al cine.
Au ciné? Il y a un ciné ici.
Ok, ara ens organitzem. Qui és present?
Io sono Igor e sono lo steward dell'aereo. Mi piacciono le carote e faccio degli ottimi muffin.
Moi, je suis Benoît et je suis homéopathe. J'aime la nature et j'adore la pêche à la ligne. Elle, c'est Sandra. C'est ma femme. Et elle pense que les fourmis sont une armée d'aliens qui envahissent la Terre.
Noi auti siamo Roberto e Elisa. Siamo due pensionati in vacanza.
Soy Vicente, soy filólogo. Me gusta hacer muebles de madera y canto ópera.
Y yo soy Elena. Soy su sobrina y tengo una floristería online. También me gusta la naturaleza.
Mă numesc Bogdan și sunt medic în Timișoara. Aș vrea o țigară. Ai una?
Aqui está cigarro, mas eu não tenho lume.
numesc Harrieta și vând mașini românești în Italia.
Che cosa fai in Italia?
Vând mașini.
Machines? Vous vendez des machines?
Ah, macchine! Che ha un catalogo con i prezzi. Io devo cambiare la mia auto.
Agora é a minha vez. Rita. Alta, loira, elegante. Alguém que me traga um copo d'água e me dê sombra. Estou com calor.
Ens faltava el model. Soc encès, entrenador personal.
That was, thank you. Okay, it was an example. Of course, we have more videos to be continued. It was continued, the history of the people, and at the end, understanding themselves on this island, because they were obliged to speak their own languages. No? Okay, it's just a mean in order to understand for people who do not know exactly what intercomprehension is, a little bit what it is about. Anyway, before starting with intercomprehension, and I will try to be very short because I know it's late and we want to go to lunch. Our alliance, UNITA, Universitas Montium, is an alliance until now with 6 universities altogether. UNITO, of course, in the Alps, University of Turin, Chambéry in the Alps, and Beira, Interior, Serra da Estrella, sorry, Zaragoza, and Pau et Pays de l'Adour on the Pyrenees, and Timisoara in the Banat Mountains. That is because we decided to build this alliance with universities that have a strong link among them, and this link is Roman languages, as you could see before, and also the fact that they are established in rural and mountain areas. Of course, Torino is not directly in the mountains, on the mountains, but it's very, very, very near. And again, for our alliance, the flagships are Roman languages and intercomprehension as democratic mean of inclusion, rural and mountains, let's say, landscape, and as inclusion of people living on the mountains, because we are also organizing our rural and mountain traineeship, and it's not a very easy traineeship to organize, but it's a very, very important thing for our students and for us, of course. And in order to include people living on 1,500 meters somewhere on the mountains, to bring them a little bit more near what university can do. It's not just a tower somewhere in a city, but it's something that you can have very good and big relations with. And another thing, of course, this is common to all the alliances, of course, is the research-based education. Of course, these are the 3 lines, and with the 3 lines of research. Okay, and then now just, and we are finishing our first phase, the pilot phase, right now on the 31st of October, and we will begin the second phase for the next 4 years, starting on the 1st of November, and there we will be 12 universities, not 6 anymore, but we doubled the number of our universities. And Torino is coordinating the alliance. We have in every university a UNITA office. That means we have people in every university that works full-time only on the alliance, because we have, of course, as everybody, a lot of actions to do, to organize, to do, etc. Okay. And we included as an institution of Switzerland and an institution of Ukraine, because we thought it was necessary. What is intercomprehension? Of course, this is an intercomprehension example. You know, I'm sorry I didn't do it in English, but I thought it was maybe better just to let you know what intercomprehension looks like. And okay, but what I wanted, just one thing, then I will leave all the material, of course, to the organizers, and you can have it if you want, if you are interested in it. But for example, what I like a lot is this Umberto Eco sentence, because as I think everybody of you knows, Umberto Eco was, among others, the one who wrote, among many, many other books, he wrote Il nome della rosa, okay? And there you have a very good example of intercomprehension, if you want, because in the cloister, in the Middle Age time, in the cloister where all the action takes place, you can read that they are speaking a mixed language, or many languages, starting from Latin, from Romance languages, and also with some phrases or words in German. Yeah, and if you read that, you have the first example of intercomprehension. Let's see, not the first one, because intercomprehension is something that began in the Middle Age, because people didn't usually didn't learn a language, a foreign language, you know, but they were trying, coming, and I'm speaking of Romance languages, of course, coming from nations, from regions in which they had a common root that was Latin. They could understand themselves, at least they tried, and usually it worked. And it was, okay, it was now, at the beginning of the 20th century, it began to be a strategy, a study, and there are a lot of books, a lot of researches on intercomprehension, etc. But if you look back, you can see that it was already done and practiced in the Middle Age. But what I wanted to do is just this phrase, and I was trying before to translate it in English, let's say it, and it was this phrase of by Umberto Eco: a Europe of polyglots is not a Europe of people who speak many languages fluently, but in the best of cases of people who can meet each other speaking their own language. By understanding that of the other, it is possible to understand the cultural universe that each expresses by speaking the language of one's own tradition. Of course, we know we have English. Of course, I was putting here a democratic education, because it was already said in around 1975 by linguistics that was together in a group named GISCEL in Italy. But as I said, it's not now the time to go deep inside these things. This is how you can name what we call now intercomprehension, bilingual discourse, compréhension croisée, compréhension interlinguale, etc. I will leave you the slide, don't worry. You don't have to take picture if you don't want, you can have them. And this is also what intercomprehension is plural approach. No? These are plural approaches. And we call them plural approaches of languages and culture, and approaches that could be called singular. The objective is the learning of a particular language considered in isolation. But I wanted to go, okay, what is intercomprehension for the Larousse dictionary, the capacity for speakers to understand the STMI for other people. Sorry. Okay. I just wanted to go for. But anyway, what I wanted, I don't find it right now, what I wanted to go on, but why do we need the intercomprehension? We already have English. I mean, and this is an example. What you are doing now is exactly an example on of the importance of the English language, because we are all here from different states, nations, regions, universities, etc., and we have a very powerful means of communication that is English, and it is recognized. On the other side, I don't know how many of you are native English speaker, maybe no, maybe somebody, but I don't think there are a lot of them here, and it's okay, we can understand ourselves, but how many nuances, how many shadows, how many maybe deep significance we are losing in our conversation. Of course, we understand every concept, we can go deep in the things, but I think we are, not I, but of course, people who are using intercomprehension and people who are studying that, of course, they know how much we are losing in our conversation, in our communication. And also, English is a very powerful means of communication and of inclusion, but it could, at the same moment, be a very powerful means of exclusion. Because, of course, we are all at the university, we are studying, we are working in the international field, international relationships field, etc. Okay, we know English normally. But our students maybe, but not all. The international students that are coming from Africa, from South America, from Asia, etc. Some of them know English in a good manner. Many of them don't know the language. And I don't know if you have had some relation with international students. We have a lot of problems with them because they do not know Italian, of course, but they do not know English at a niveau that could be understandable and that could understand. But okay, this is another thing. Anyway, this is inclusion and this exclusion at the same time. The intercomprehension in this case with among Roman languages is a very democratic and inclusive means of communication. And that's why we are in our UNITA Alliance, we have already organized a lot of intercomprehension courses. At the moment, we have about 2,000 persons that were participating to the courses. They are online courses usually. And of course, I repeat again, it's among Roman languages. In our case, it's Romanian, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and Italian. But as you maybe saw, I don't know if every of you could understand, we had in our short video also somebody that was speaking Piemontese, I don't know, Piemontese, this is a dialect, the dialect of our region of Piemonte, and another who was speaking Catalan. It wasn't Spanish, it was Catalan. It is a language, of course, it's not a dialect, etc. This is, I don't think I don't know, because this presentation is very technical, but I can tell you something about this. We have two kinds, if you want, of intercomprehension, no? The recipient and the interactive one. And from this picture on the left side, you can say, okay, maybe I understood, we are going to the cinema. They are asking me to go to the cinema. Sorry, I was. And the other thing, 2 minuti, okay. And the other thing is, okay, she is saying, okay, we are going to the cinema, and his answer is, okay, let's do it. But as I say, if you're interested in it, we can do you a lot. We can give you a lot of material and of courses and etc. But I think we can go to the end. No, I don't think it's useful that I show you all these things because it's interesting, but anyway. Just the last thing about our UNITA alliance, and I will let it be. Our inclusion is not only a linguistic one, but is also with other states, not European member states, but of Africa and Latin America, because starting from this common language patrimoine, we have enlarged to other 30 partners in South America and Middle America, Central America and Africa. Then we have as associated partners 30 other universities working on us also on intercomprehension. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for describing and sharing this very specific and very interesting tool, and also for quoting Umberto Eco, that you may know, taught here. And I also was one of his PhD students, so I'm very proud of that. I think we have 5 minutes. I prefer to leave the floor to all of you. I already said a few things here and there, but I'm sure that all the suggestions, comments, will be many.
Hello, I'm Sandrine Labori from the University of Ferrara, and we are part of a very new, brand new alliance, newly financed, Colors. And I find this workshop very interesting. All the presentations were very interesting this morning, but my question regards the following. You have presented so many initiatives, tasks, actions that you have implemented, okay? And especially for the oldest alliances, what has been the impact? Have you looked at the impact in the sense the students of your universities, do they feel more included? Do they feel more open to equality, diversity, and inclusion? Have you looked at that? Is there a way of looking at that also? It's not all easy. So, yeah, that's it.
Who wants to answer? To all of you, to all the speakers.
If you want, I just answer a little bit for what happens in UNITA. Okay, we have a lot of students involved also in the project writing for the second phase, for example. We have a student assembly, and we have students that do a lot more of traineeship, intercomprehension, traineeship in rural mountains, also of the University of Torino. And we are delivering right at the end of October a study, a research study about the impact on our university in Torino, not only for students, impact on students, but also on teaching staff and administrative staff and processes, organizational processes.
If I may, just 1 second, in terms of Unite and the experience that Unite has had in these 4 years, one thing that we have to keep in mind is that we had, that hiatus of the COVID. So on the one side, we were trying to, get the message across that we were developing and working on this European University Alliances, and then, we were all at home and communicating. But on the plus side, we found that, we managed to connect students, and if you want to look at it from the, inclusion side of it, through courses online. The thing is that I think to actually see the impact is really too soon to say, mostly because then we had the turnover of our students. So many of the ones that, were, starting back in 2019, maybe some of them have left, so it's difficult to say. I would say that we would have to give it, more time to see the real impact that alliances will have on student populations across Europe.
And for what concerns these specific initiatives, they have just started, but we have already seen that we have some KPI in order to see the results at least next year, only when we will launch both activities in order to see how many students will be more aware of it, and for example, how many students will attend those courses. So we know that we have to monitor it, but for this one, these specific initiatives, we are just at the beginning, so we don't have numbers, but we know that we will have to consider them. Thank you.
Monica, Lucia, want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the fact that, speaking about impacts now is a bit, it's very early. Our experience, I can say, just in terms of the BIPs, for example, and we had many positive feedbacks, mainly based on what Claudia Peritore said, for the reasons of not carrying out long-term mobility. So, in a sense, they were more inclusive as a mobility tool. But yeah, I mean, we need to wait a little bit longer to have a real idea of the impact. And I link to that what we were saying with Lucia before, that it took a lot of time to have the alliance recognized within the institution. So, we are always work on that. And I think in this consolidation phase is a little bit, it has been improving, but there's still a way to go.
Yeah, I agree that it takes a lot of time. I think that one of the main results that we're starting to see now is that we are building a common language on inclusion within the Alliance, which was a given for many of us when we started, Okay, we talk about inclusion, so let's involve all the inclusion offices around, the Alliance. Many universities didn't have an inclusion office, or they had a disability like support service, or, they had something more specific. So I think one of the impacts is that we are starting to speak a common language now, and as things are progressing, it becomes easier and easier to organize things, it becomes faster, with respect to the beginning of the activities.
Maybe it works. Now it does. Yes, I think how we define diversity is crucial also, like how we kind of promote it and what kind of data we collect and what kind of things we have in the scope and not. So what I would say about that, that's greatly influencing how much we know about the students' inclusion, sense of belonging, etc. In Una.Lecture, I think one of the things is basically that we don't have at the moment systematic survey data from all the universities that would cover all the areas, but we have, for example, work packages related to student empowerment that is especially working in this area. And then, of course, work practices related, or the areas related to mobility, for example. There are a lot of these questions for the students as well and their experiences. What I would say is that the question for minoritized or marginalized students groups, that's the greatest area. There is work to do still, because it's to define the diversity without looking at the questions of race, whiteness, and so on, and that is one of the big things that concerns definitely both the universities in their own communities and also in the UNA level. But we are working on the data, because it would be very important to ask about students' experiences as well as staff experiences, instead of, and we need the data, of course, for the statistics, but also from people to ask from themselves about their identifications and experiences.
Maybe there is time for another question or comment.
I'd like to ask to Giorgio Pugnetti some details about the training, the 21 days training. How did you organize it and the main topics. And I remember it was open to all the community, but I'd like to know more.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We are still creating it. At this phase, each of us has explored different kinds or different aspects of diversity and inclusion. For example, since I am a designer, I have explored the inclusive communication. For example, another one was about intersectionality, another was about neurodiversity, special needs. The aim was to, in every body of us, has written a sort of guidelines, so the main definitions and also some materials outside, for example, some videos, some passages to read, some books, or something to take inspiration. At this moment now, we are going to create the 21. That would be only one for everybody, so not different challenges. And that should be, we don't, at this moment, we don't know if it will be 21 days, each days for 21 days, but an amount of 21 days. And it will be probably on the platform of Unite, on the web platform. So there will be a sort of information every day, a different mean. For example, it will be a video or it will be a music, also different, some more serious, other part a little bit lighter. So it the main is to raise awareness about diversity and inclusion. But at this moment, we know that in some American university they do it, and so we aspire to them. But now we are not really just creative. We are at the beginning, so we are the collective, the collection point of it. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks very much to all the speakers for sharing their visions, tools, strategies. We learned a lot, at least I did. Thanks to all of you. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll come back here at 2 o'clock for the second session of this conference. Thank you very much.
Benissimo, grazie. Questa va un po' giù. Questa va bene, questa va bene. Questa è meglio. Siamo solo in tre. Ah, ok. Sì, questa va bene. Ok. Sono io il primo, vedo? Ok. Ma funziona adesso? No. Ma adesso non l'avete ancora? Ah, ok. Certo. Come, scusa?
No, niente, che stampare per avere l'idea di questo importante.
Ah.
A questo punto mi tengo davanti alla presentazione.
Sì, faccio anch'io così.
Perché sarà difficile andare avanti.
Abbastanza.
Sì, già caricate.
Ah, già caricato? No, mi serve a me.
So good afternoon and welcome back to our open conference on European alliances and diversity and inclusion. I am Francesca Valente and I'm the coordinator of the Una.Europa unit here at the University of Bologna, and it's a pleasure to see many people and colleagues here in the room, and I know that there are many of you also online, so welcome also to people online. We will start with our second session of today. And since, again, we have a very dense program, I will just give the floor to the first presenter, Niccolò Del Buono from the University of Florence and from the EUNIWEL Alliance, who will present Winter and Summer School on Migration and Diversity in European Cities. Just one word to tell you that this session is conceived in order to give examples of products that have diversity and inclusion in their main aim. So, Niccolò. the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I use this now? Okay, perfect. Sorry, was just checking. Good afternoon. Today I'm here to give you a quick overview of on what Uniwell did in our first 3 years of life, especially tackling issues such as diversity and inclusion, what we did in our first 3 years of life. Our alliance was born in 2020, and we are now approaching the end of our pilot phase, and we will start our next funding phase in November. And so first of all, I would like to start from our vision and our mission statement, which says, together we will help create a world in which individual, societal, and environmental well-being are in synergy, in which we flourish and prosper together. So I believe that this vision encompasses the very essence of inclusion and diversity, where every individual's uniqueness and diversity is not only acknowledged, but also celebrated. Because I believe, at least, that in an inclusive world, diversity is not just a word, but it's a real driving force towards progress and innovation. So to move into the practical, let's say, the core of this presentation and practical examples of what we did in our first 3 years, I would first like to mention our winter and summer schools on migration and diversity in European cities. This program started in 2022, and both courses were 4-week courses, and we had over 20 participants in both courses, and it was delivered online. And it's probably worth saying that these courses recognized micro-credentials to participants, and we delivered micro-credentials via Uniwell digital open badges. A central theme of these courses was European cities, and in particular, we delved into the complexity of urban spaces, exploring topics such as socio-cultural dynamics, governance, global relevance, and so on. And what made these courses very successful, I believe it was their broad scope, because they covered different topics such as social work, asylum policies, immigration policies, and so on. And both these programs concluded with an in-person event with respectively a workshop and an academic conference held in Florence and in Nantes. And yes, another interesting initiative, I believe, is our intercomprehension courses between Germanic and Romance languages. Our colleague from Università before also mentioned intercomprehension. I believe that intercomprehension, also we offer these courses starting from since 2022, and I believe that beyond language, these courses really delve into issues such as diversity and inclusion, especially because language can really be a bridge to connect people from different perspectives and backgrounds. Yeah, beyond courses, we also have a few projects that are relevant in this context. One of them is our project called Being an Inclusive University for Refugee Students. And what makes this initiative very interesting is our approach to it. We developed a peer-to-peer tutoring system with 2 different levels. One is a mentor training, and the other one is pre-academic guidance. This project, of course, as you can tell from the name of it, is, its aim is that of helping refugee students to access higher education. And yes, one of our main achievements of this project is the development of several tools that could help practically refugee students to access higher education. One of them, you can also see it on our website, on the Uniwell website, and it's a digital tool where we basically, like, we conducted an analysis for all our partner universities, and there we have published on our website all the results of this analysis that basically include practical information that could be helpful for refugee students in our partner university when they want access higher education. Also, this project, in February 2023, we had our last working group in-person meeting at the University of Cologne, and a working group that works on refugees policies, of course. And it was, I believe, the results and the outcomes of this meeting were very, very helpful and interesting. And that's when we started developing and thinking about a scholarship scheme for refugee students, which, you know, we are working on, and this is definitely something we are going to keep developing in the next phase of our alliance. Another initiative, the School Ambassador Program. Our school ambassadors are students, our students from our partner universities that help high school students to approach higher education. Especially our target is high school students and first generation student, and especially first generation students coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. And they act as a bridge facilitating access for the student to higher education. And we also had another in-person meeting, which I attended a few weeks ago in Cologne. And also the outcomes of this meeting were very helpful. We started developing very interesting ideas that we will keep working on in the next phase. And I don't know, just to give you an example, one of them is like the creation of a podcast that could be, you know, whose target is going to be high school students. And we will try, of course, to involve them and give them some knowledge and practical information on how to access higher education. And yes, this is pretty much it, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicolò. We will see if there will be questions at the end of the session. So I introduce the next one, Professor Chiara Ragni from the University of Milan, who will present us the joint master's degree in migration studies and new societies that they have implemented through the 4EU Plus Alliance.
Okay, I think that I have to start with this one? No? Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you also for inviting me. It is a pleasure, and above all, it is an opportunity to take part in this meeting that offer very stimulating inputs on how the alliances may work. I'm here in my role as the coordinator of the 4EU Plus joint master degree in migration studies and new societies, and the purpose of my presentation is first to provide a very brief overview on how the 4EU Plus Alliance the University of Milan is a partner, developed diversity and inclusion in its educational programs, and then I will focus on a specific program, the one that I coordinate. As to the first point, the 4EU Plus Alliance sets the objective to increase the inclusiveness of the partner institutions and the Alliance's educational offer, thanks to a methodological approach, so methodological means, and also thanks to an approach that focuses on the content of the educational program. As to the methodological means, the objective of inclusion is pursued through the creation of flexible learning pathways. What does this mean? It means that students may tailor the study program by including in the study program exams courses that are offered by all the partners institution, and so they may create a learning pathway according to their interests and competencies. The other means that we use is digital technologies that consent to include in our classes also students from other universities. So the objective is to facilitate also another kind of mobility, which is not in presence mobility, but to consent the participation of students also from remote. From a substantive point of view, the perspective that we adopted is to include into our learning programs topics that are strictly connected with inclusion and diversity. So we developed programs in the area of multilingualism, pluralities, citizenship, and in particular, as regards the project that I coordinate, it is focused on migration. And the new project that we started this year has among its main purposes the implementation of new educational activities on inclusivity, openness, and spreading the values of tolerance and solidarity. As to migration, why we chose to start from migration? Because migration is a topic that requires a common understanding. The European situation shows very clearly how it is so important to have a common view on migration, and it is also a topic that may be analyzed from different perspectives and also according to an interdisciplinary approach, which is one of the core elements of this program. So if we start from the definition of migrant, we may see that the definition offered at the international level is a very broad definition, very inclusive definition that includes different realities. And so from our point of view, it is very, very important that students may cooperate in understanding together the different realities that are included in the notion of migrants, by also understanding what are the different types of migration. This is especially the aim of my course within the program, because I teach international law of migration, so this is the perspective that I adopt with my students. But I think that the chance for them to think about a common problem, which is also a common opportunity for them, and to talk together about inclusiveness also as the subject of their study program, is very important to communicate and to implement, to develop the values of inclusivity and diversity. And this is also the idea of talking about migration and of offering a study program on migration is also consistent with the approach suggested by the United Nations about migration. The General Assembly insisted on the fact that since migration is a global phenomenon, it requires common and global responses, and no one state can manage such movements on its own. So our idea is to prepare students from the very beginning to create the competencies for students and to consent them to think about migration with their own mind and without being influenced by the suggestion coming from media and from social media especially. So our purpose is to create a framework where students may communicate one with the other on a topic which has so much to do with inclusion and with diversity. How to implement this program? What are the main purposes of this program? The main purposes are to provide students with an in-depth understanding of social and political opportunities and problems posed by the global and intra-EU migration. And in order to provide them with these competencies, it is very important to insist on the multidisciplinary approach, because migration is a phenomenon that can be correctly tackled only if one is able to see this phenomenon from different disciplinary perspectives. And the final aim is, of course, to shape responsible European Union citizens that are able to tackle, also in a comparative and an historical perspective, the problems featuring transcultural, global, and changing societies. Very briefly, what are, in our opinion, the strengths of this program? First of all, the fact that it is a joint degree, and it is particularly important for the University of Milan because it is one of the first joint degree created by our universities. And we created this joint degree thanks to the 4U+ Alliance. And the joint degree involves 3 universities, the University of Milano, the University of Warsaw, and the Charles University of Prague. Each university will grant a different degree to the students at the end of the program. And these are the degrees that at the end of the program students will get. The other strength of this program is the mobility, because students will spend 1 semester in each partner university. So they will spend the first semester in Milano, the second one in Warsaw, and the fourth one in Prague. And the last one, they may decide, it is at their discretion where they want to conclude the program, provided that the degree will be a joint degree in any case, wherever they decide to have the final dissertation. The combination among the partners is not just a question of mobility, but we also combined our competencies because, for example, the program offered by the University of Milan is more focused on the legal problems of migration or the geopolitical problems of migration, while the University of Warsaw is more focused on sociology and the Charles University on anthropology. So the program combines the strengths of the different universities that cooperate to the program. And sorry, I have some problems with this. Okay. And another strengthness of the program is the stronger cooperation among the partners. And I would say that this is described in a very optimistic way as our strengthness, because at the end of the story we were able to start the program, but the cooperation among the partners was also, I must say, one of the most difficult challenges, because we have a different legislation about also how to build up a joint degree. And I must say that this is one of the most concerning difficulties that a person that wants to start a joint program with other universities has to face. As I told you before, the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach is another important, very important element of our program because it consents to attract students from different backgrounds. So we have students with a legal background, we have students with a sociological background, so they are both from different countries, but also from different experiences and backgrounds. And I think that it is very important because in my class, when I propose a question, it is very interesting to see how the question is approached in different ways according to the background of the student. And it is an enrichment for them to have the possibility to discuss the same identical question from different perspectives. I take the legal one, but of course I'm very curious to hear and to know also other possible point of views on the same question. And just to give you an idea of how we started these other important features of this program is the use of innovative pedagogies. And because we always tried to involve students and to engage them into discussion about current problems regarding migration, and then they may have also an idea of what they want to go deeper inside according to the different learning pathways that they may choose among international migration and policies, civil society and integration, social anthropology of space and mobility. And another important element of our program is, sorry, I have a problem with this slide. And another important element of our program is multilingualism, which is one of the core objectives of the For You Plus Alliance, and in particular of the flagship tool which promotes learning programs in the field of humanities. Multilingualism is highlighted within the program through the possibility of choosing different languages. Well, the program and the courses are fully taught in English, but students will take a second language exam in the second semester of the first year, and an Italian language certification, which is very, very important because I see that students that are learning Italian are very happy to communicate with Italian students and to practice their new knowledge of a new language. Just to give you an optimistic view of how we started this program in September. These are our students, and not all our students, only those who attended the opening session. They are very proud to be the first students of the first cycle of this program, and well, I think that it is a very, this picture shows and gives an idea of inclusiveness and diversity through a learning program. And should you have any question, I will be happy to answer to all your curiosity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ragni. I already have questions, but I will go to the next and last, but not least, speaker today. She's online, Roberta Sollima from the University of Palermo, from the Fortem Alliance, and she will present the Diversity and Migration Lab that they have conceived within the Alliance. Hello, Roberta.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Can you hear me? Can you hear me or no?
Well, yes, not that much.
Okay.
Maybe you have to speak louder.
Okay, now can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will share the screen. Just a minute. Okay, perfect. Okay. So, can you see also the presentation? Okay. Can you see the presentation? or no?
Sorry, Roberta, I think that we have some problem with the audio.
I will.
Maybe you can leave your microphone and just use the computer.
Okay, yes, we can say.
Just let's try.
Right now? Or there are problems too?
Oh, it's very hard to...
Hear me saying.
Try to speak.
Okay, I'm thinking. So I hope that it works.
Yeah, the quality is not the best, but we can try.
No, maybe the microphone is better, but I will try maybe in this way. It works or no? No.
Okay, try to...
Okay. Can you hear me? Or there are some
Yes, I think it's better.
Okay. So maybe now it's better or no?
Yes, it's better. Thank you.
Okay. Let me know if there are other problems too. I will try to speak louder. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm so sorry, but today I couldn't be there with all of you. I will talk about the Freedom Alliance and the Diversity and Migration Lab.
Roberta, sorry, I have to stop you again because it's very, very difficult to listen from here.
I'm trying to say maybe just here.
Roberta, prova a togliere, te lo dico in italiano, prova a togliere le cuffie.
No, ho provato, però è peggio, aspetta, riproviamo, però in realtà con le cuffie, senza le cuffie. Cosa mi dici?
Adesso i tecnici le stanno scrivendo in chat, così possono vederlo tutto, tutti.
Purtroppo strano perché di solito con le cuffie non ho...
Ok, so we will try to start again.
Okay, adesso mi sentite? O no? Mi sentite adesso? No. Ok. Riuscite a sentirmi adesso? Ok.
Okay, so I think that while this technical issue we hope will be solved, maybe we can have a round of questions on the first two speakers. Any question from the public? No, so I will break the ice. I'm very interested to your presentations because in the morning session there was a question about the involvement of students. So in general, when we speak about strategies and vision, we present activities, we present our ideas on how diversity should be addressed in our universities, but also in our alliances. So in this case, I think that we have products, educational products that involve students. So I'm very curious to know how the summer school and the activities that you have presented, Nicolò, and the master that you have presented, Professor Ragni, have been welcome within the students' community of your own university and in general within the community of students of the Alliance. How participated have been so far?
So thank you for your question. I think our example is probably different compared to yours. I mean, we just ended our pilot phase. So of course this means that, you know, everything it's like, you know, needs further development, a lot of further development. But of course, like in terms of student participation, that has never been a problem. You know, our students have always welcomed these initiatives very, very well. The problem at first is how to sponsor these initiatives probably and make them understand what UniWell is. So what UniWell is, what our, you know, like what is the difference between UniWell and the University of Florence, for example? How to make them understand what a European alliance, what the benefits of a European alliance are. These are where at least our main challenges for the first phase. Now we have a community, everything is like sort of built, it's stronger. So we really hope that in the next phase it's gonna be, you know, just, you know, further development.
Okay, thank you. Well, you are right when you are saying that we are in different phases, but I must say that we have just started our pilot phase because it is the first year of this program. And before starting this program, we organized last week a sort of what we called the Migration Week, which was a week of events on migration. We organized it online, and it was very, very successful. And in that occasion, we presented the program, but I must say that until the program was accredited by the ministry, and the accreditation of the program by the other two ministries of the other two countries arrived just in September, so it was a bit late for the purpose of sponsoring the program among their students. So the program is very much welcomed by our students, but till now we don't have so many students because we are in the pilot phase, and we obtained the accreditation just 1 month ago as regards the partners, just in May as regards Milan. But I think that we should work more on giving information about the alliance, because students very often don't really know what the alliance is, what are the opportunities offered by the alliance. They are very, very enthusiastic to participate, to be part of this program, to show the T-shirt with the logo of the alliance, but I think that we should do more in order to inform them very well on the opportunities, also the opportunity for them to organize something within the alliance.
Thank you. Okay, so maybe we can try again to connect with Roberta.
Okay, I hope that you can hear me right now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry for the technical problem, but we fixed them. So thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here virtually with you. Unfortunately, I'm here in Palermo, but hope that next time I can be there with all of you. So today I will introduce to you Freedom of Liars and the Diversity and Migration Lab. First of all, the Freedom Alliance was financed for the first time in 2019, and at the beginning there were 7 universities. Right now we are 9, from the University of Jyväskylä in Finland, Università di Bologna, the University of John Gutenberg in Mainz, Università dei Studi Palermo, the University of Latvia, University of Agder of Opole, and also the new one, it's also the University Lucian Blaga of Sibiu, and University of Valencia. Between all the missions and the working package for them, one of the main core of the mission is the mission of the Freedom Labs. The labs are virtual spaces where that can create a network between researchers, students, and professors, but also with external stakeholders. There are 9 labs in the university, and the Alliance decided to create all the labs related to macro areas. That's because The idea is to create this space for cooperation and collaboration, but multidisciplinary and transversal spaces. So all the lab have really general topics for having the possibility to connect with all the field of study of our university. So you can see cultural heritage, arts and aesthetic in contemporary society, diversity and migration, multilingualism in school and higher education, food science, digital transformation, experiencing Europe, also resilience, life quality and demographic change, and climate and resources. The two labs that are really connected to the topic of diversity inclusion are the Diversity and Migration Lab that I will show you briefly, and the multilingualism in school and higher education. So multilingualism is one of the core objectives of the Alliance, and the Alliance wants to enhance the multilingualism not only in the education, but also in the relationship in the network. The Diversity and Migration Lab has at the beginning the main topics, the right to housing and the right to the city, the linguistic representation of migrant phenomena, and also human rights and migration. Working on these topics, there were some follow-up, like mobility and migration, mobility, citizenship, social security, refugee crisis, right to asylum and language of asylum, but also spaces, places, cities, deficiencies of structures and districts where migrants are concentrated, and dispersion phenomenon in rural context. Also language of hate and fake news, the representation of migrants in narrative and social media, and also the representation of the travel of migrants to our countries. The multilingualism and linguistic rights and teaching in multilingual classes, also migration literature, and as the work of the lab started during the pandemic, the health condition of migrants and how migrants were affected by the COVID pandemic in 2020. I just want to show you some completed output of the first edition of For Them, for giving you the idea of how this lab were spaces for create all kind of activities and outputs that professors, students, and external stakeholders want to work on in the Alliance. So there were some seminars and workshops related to NGO, the ship system for the migrants in the period of COVID. So seminars about mobility and migration in Europe, but also on the COVID crisis. So how migrants were affected by COVID, how the detention of migrants, and also the reception system. And also a winter school related to belonging and not belonging in Europe. Other kind of output were the summer schools. So the Alliance designed 2 summer schools, one of migrants' right in European space here in Palermo, and another one related to symbolic boundaries and multidisciplinary perspective. There was also a migrant media collection. So this is an online platform that was focused on the representation of travel of migrants and about also their lives. And a project focused on white privilege and structural discrimination in higher education that was coordinated by the University of Mainz. The For Them Alliance has also the Digital Academy platform. It's a Moodle platform where we upload courses, language courses, but also other kind of courses that all the students of the Alliance can follow, and after that they can have recognized credits. And in the context of the lab, were designed 2 digital courses on migration and diversity narrative with intersectional approach, and another one on human trafficking, fundamental rights, with an overview of the laws of some countries of the Alliance. So all these courses are asynchronous. Also, we designed a campus. This campus gives to students the possibility to spend some periods in some universities of the Alliance, and all these mobility periods are focused on specific topics. So we designed a campus on diversity and migration, and some publication like the final report that is open access, and I will attach the link later in this presentation, and a scientific publication related to right of migrants in the European space. Also, we have the Inclukit project. So the Horizon project of our alliance is the Fit for Them project. And there was a call specifically aimed at financing pilot projects. So the Inclukit is one of them. And the first aim is to create a training kit for all the volunteers and professionals involved in the initial reception of newly arrived migrants using the gamification. It's really important for the Alliance, the co-creation process. So there are two external stakeholders that are the Theatre Europe and Migration and Diversity. With this presentation, I just want to give you an overview about how the lab are really virtual spaces, and it is really important for the Alliance, not only the involvement for experts and stakeholders, but also the involvement of students, and also to create inclusive spaces where all kinds of ideas are really multidisciplinary and transversal, can find a place for their development. One of the critical issue maybe I can give about the first edition of the lab is the involvement of students. So the next goal of the Alliance is to involve more students, and the idea is to have some seed fundings for finance student-driven projects, and also for involving better external stakeholders through sustainable, ambitious projects created in connection with academic staff and stakeholders. And in the same way, the idea is to create a better connection between the students and the experts. So not only create a space where the academia can strengthen the research areas and the topic of research of professor and researchers, but also to involve more students and to give them the possibility to have more opportunities, to create a network with other students, and to focus more on what they are studying. So having the concrete opportunity to have a follow-up, not only to study something, but to create projects and in international environment. If you have some questions, some doubts, I'm here, but also we have a For Them office here at UNIPA. All the partners have a For Them office in each university, and I will send also the presentation with the final report of the lab, where you can of course find all the useful information that's specifically detailed about the output of the lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Very interesting, a lot of information, a lot of projects and activities. So, any comment or question from the public at this point? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. This is not necessarily a question to the speaker, but actually goes out to everyone in this room who is in a higher leading function of any of the, bless you, Raoul, of the alliances that have presented themselves today. I was wondering, between UNIWEL, For Them, UNITO, Unite, Una.Europa, are you making sure that you align your actions? Because I was wondering whether everyone for themselves is working on the same thing. And I'm just a fan of not necessarily inventing the wheel all the time. And I guess we could save lots of resources. So just an open question, how much of alignment takes place between all of the alliances?
Very, very, very good question. Who would like to answer? From the speakers?
I don't wish to respond to this one, actually.
Hello again. Just a couple of words. I know that there have been... I'm here. I know that since the very beginning, there has been some form of networking among alliances through the 4EU forum. And within the 4EU forum, thematic hubs were funded. And I know that right now the European Commission is looking at them with a lot of interest. So they will probably be officially set up in somehow. For now, they're just like informal gatherings. And there is one on diversity and inclusion. And it's meeting regularly every 2 months. We are discussing like common issues and common challenges. We're presenting each other's initiatives and approaches. And it's coordinated by the Enhance Alliance, which is another alliance. And through it, I will probably be able to do more things together. And at the Italian level, if I may say, Francesca, there is an informal network of Italian universities that are partner of European alliances. And we have been setting up the network just a few months ago, I think, probably in May. And we're meeting regularly, and it's very useful, both for networking, for exchanging views and ideas, venting frustrations. So it's very useful.
Thank you. I just want to add that, yes, we need to find the way to communicate more and better among alliances, and I think that we have tried to start this exchange of practices within the network that Lucia was mentioning. I know that there are other networks in other countries, but this event was actually conceived to start a kind of communication on a specific theme in this case, but in general, we feel that we have to talk and we have to exchange what we have done in the first period of the alliances, because we were so focused in doing our deliverables and everything, our projects to go on, that I think now is the moment, we think that now is the moment to start communicating each other and maybe to find synergies and to exchange not just practices, our frustrations, but also ideas. So how the things that we are doing, they are similar, that's true, but maybe we are setting different approaches to same themes. So we hope that this conference could represent a good start, at least for the alliances that are here gathered today, but in general, we hope that we have maybe other alliances online, maybe, and just to give, the first impression of how we can be together and maybe, make something not just the same on the same team, but together on the same teams. Just from my side. Any other comments? I don't know, Roberta, Professor Ragni?
Well, I fully agree with you. Today was a wonderful opportunity to meet each other, and I must say it is amazing, but I learned a lot also about what other Italian universities are doing on the same topics. So, for example, I didn't know about all the labs organized by coordinated by the University of Palermo. So it is a wonderful opportunity also to communicate among each other, even in the same national context. So thank you.
Yes, from my side, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. From my side, I think that this is a good opportunity too I have also a perspective of students. I was a student some months ago, and I was a representative of the student council of my alliance before, and I think that it will be really good not only to create opportunity to disseminate our alliance and our activities between the admin staff, but also between the students, because in some alliances they're working on the democratic body of the students, and I know that sometimes students are a little bit lost about what are alliances, how our alliances are working, and I think that these are really good opportunities for sharing our activities and disseminate between the admin staff, but I think that it will be also a good idea to create a network of students and also the academic staff involved in for them, because it's really good to know what's happening in the other university and also to take inspiration from this. And for example, this conference is really good opportunity for me, because tomorrow I can follow my work, thinking in how I can do better, how I can do better my work, and for what I can take inspiration. So I think that it's really a good opportunities, and we just need to improve the communication and sharing our activities.
Thank you, Roberta. Yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that we should involve students the most. As we are successful in doing that, we are successful in all our activities. So, any other question or comment from the public here? Nope. So I will conclude this second session. But before giving the floor to our Una.Lecture on diversity and human rights, where we have two keynote speakers from our university, I would like to thank all the alliances that are here, all the speakers, and I also would like to thank our participants to the Una Europa Staff Week that have been here listening what we are doing all around Europe within these strange monsters that are the alliances. And we hope that this day helped them to understand where we are all together in the European space of our higher education. So thank you, everyone.
Introdurre tu? Facciamo fare Elena, vuoi introdurre tu? Perché lei si era già... Elena, la vuoi introdurre tu, Raffaella? Perché qualcuno la deve introdurre. Sì, perché... Sì. L'hai già fatto? L'avevi già introdotto? Così si sente. Ok, tieni. Ti vai in mezzo perché sennò non ti sento. Ok, tieni.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Here we are for the first Una lecture in the history of Una Europa. And we are happy to have here Professor Monticelli and Luppi. But the chair of this first Una lecture will be Professor Raffaella Campanera, who is the Vice Rector for International Relations of the University of Bologna. Welcome all.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Elena. So, dear colleagues and guests, dear speakers, a very warm welcome also on behalf of the Rector, Professor Giovanni Molari, to this Una lecture on diversity and human rights. I must say I'm very glad to be somehow with you and very sorry not to be able to be in presence, so please do accept my apologies.
Sorry, Raffaella,
in this respect.
we have some problems with audio. So, do you have any microphone? Maybe.
Okay, let me
There is some
just.
echo in the room, so we cannot.
Okay,
really...
I will look. Okay, just a second then.
Thank you.
So any better? Does this work any better? Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Thank
okay.
Yes? Okay, so is it loud enough? Everything okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everybody. Again, I was just apologizing for not being able to be there with you in presence, but I'm very glad to be at least able to be virtually with you. So this afternoon, in this Una lecture on diversity and human rights, we are convening to explore themes related to freedom, diversity, and human rights, to reflect together on their meanings, their status, their roles, and the profound implications in the academic scenarios, as well as in the interactions between universities and other entities, institutions, and frameworks. So our collective endeavor in these respects can benefit today from the presence of two esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Elena Luppi and Professor Rita Monticelli. I must say I'm particularly happy to have them here with us today. I'm very, very grateful. So the presentations are going to widen and enrich our understanding of these pivotal subjects. So I'd really like to start by thanking them deeply for being willing to share with us their time. They're both extremely busy and their expertise, which I'm very, very sure we're gonna benefit highly from. So being all present here today, we acknowledge to start with that diversity and human rights lie at the foundations of our societies, at the foundations of our daily job in academic and social context. And we're also claiming that with strength that they are entrenched with the very principles of freedom, respect, and dignity. Our collective commitment to such principles, to their active defense and active promotion, is not only at the forefront of our academic discourse, but also guides all our work within and outside the academic environment. And let me stress, given the present context and also what occurred this morning during the conference, that freedom, diversity, and human rights have also much to do with the driving tenets of European alliances. So our first keynote speaker, Professor Elena Luppi, is an esteemed scholar from the University of Bologna, a full professor in education studies, working extensively on methodologies and the designing of education formats in a variety of contexts and for a variety of subjects. She will unravel the intricate aspects of managing diversity in organizations. Her contributions to educational research have unraveled the elements implied in diversity management and their impacts on individuals and institutions. So dealing with diversity and educating others to deal with diversity requires a deep awareness of both explicit and implicit forms of discriminations, prejudice, unspoken biases. Effective actions of contrast to any form of discrimination require a deep understanding of the cultural frameworks widely conceived that can be promoted within various public and private organizations. So we're going to hear very deep reflections on that. Following Professor Luppi, we shall be very honored to hear a talk by Professor Rita Monticelli. As we all know, a distinguished academic from the University of Bologna, a full professor of English literature, an expert on gender, cultural studies, inclusivity, both in a theoretical and from an historical perspective, and many more interesting things are kind of a part for expertise. I really cannot list them all in this context. Let me also recall that she's here also as the Mayor's Delegate for Human Rights, Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue at the City Council of Bologna. Our presentation will focus human rights, academic freedom, and public engagement. So she will cast light upon the pivotal role that academia plays in championship human rights and fostering inclusivity through public engagement. Let me stress that in the last few years, public engagement has become an increasingly important issue within all academic contexts. So Professor Monticelli will address the active role universities play, let me stress must play, in a number of different fields in the interactions between universities, cities, countries, for instance, with respect to the promotion of global citizenship, which is, we believe, a crucial dimension of our daily lives and of our cities. So we're looking much forward to the presentations by Professor Luppi and by Professor Monticelli. If I may just take a couple of very, very quick minutes, I think that the general framework they embrace already suggests per se at least two take-home messages. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna take many more messages from their talks, but I think that already the perspectives they're gonna present can teach us too. So the first, I think, is that our actions as individuals in social contexts, as individuals within institutions, within organizations, and as individuals affiliated to institutions which play a role in wider social contexts and national, international contexts, need to be consistent. We need discourses and actions. So our defense of diversity, freedom, and human rights need to be coherent, pervasive across all levels as citizens, as scholars, and as people living in our countries and in our cities. The second important message, I believe, has to do with the role of knowledge and understanding, since we are in an academic context today. Although we all share some intuitive comprehension of what freedom, diversity, and human rights are about, we do sometimes run the risk of having a naive comprehension of what they are and of what their implications might be in different contexts. So we also need to understand all the complex facets that intertwine across the many dimensions of freedom, diversity, inclusion, human rights. And the understanding of complexity is a task universities have to engage with. And I'm very grateful to Professor Luppi and Professor Monticelli because they're going to help us address such complexity. So thank you very much to you both. I'm looking much forward to hearing your presentations, and I leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really glad to be here with this international group within this very important project for our institution. And thank you very much to Professor Campaner for this introduction. As she told, I work in the field of education, and I spend the last few years in imagining how we can design practices and also training activities that can promote diversity and inclusion. And let's say that in a way, diversity is a challenge for both individual and organization, because it requires a strong commitment and a change, a continuous change for both. So I start with the definition of organizational culture, because we need to investigate organizational culture in order to understand if an organization is inclusive enough or aware enough of the importance of diversity. And we know that organizational culture is something that is not necessarily clear for all their members, because it's something that is built again and again continuously, in a way that it is formed by basic assumptions that a given group has invented, discovered, or developed while coping with the so-called problems of external adaptation and internal integration. And then bit by bit, an organization discovered that these issues are good. These issues then are incorporated and then become the organizational culture. And this organizational culture is also the kind of notion that then is also taught to the new members of an organization. And this is a good graphic representation of the idea of organizational culture, and it gives the idea that most of the organizational culture is hidden. The part that we see is formed by the artifacts, everything that an organization makes visible, but not easily readable in terms of values. And so it is formed by the environment, physical, social environment, the technology employed by the organization, the written and spoken languages, the behavior of the component. And this is what we see. And this is what an organization is, but not necessarily it does explain why. And then we have the declared values just before the surface that indicate in a precise way the beliefs and convictions of the organization. But most of the organizational culture is hidden, and it is formed by the tacit and shared assumption about what we are, what we believe. And it is taken for granted the invisible, also the unconscious assumption that give the behavior of person, groups, and the organization more in general. When we try to understand diversity in organization, we try to measure the diversity climate. But the measure of the diversity climate needs to take into account that, once again, this climate is something not objective, but shared, and so it is under the perspective of every member of the organization. So it is considered that beliefs on the way organization shows fairness and inclusion towards all demographic and identity groups. And of course, we cannot measure apart from considering perspectives of all the members of the organization. So their diversity, attitudes and practices. And these perceptions and feelings can vary very much among members of the organization and also in different moments. And so this notion of diversity climate mediates the relationship between diversity management practices and job performance outcomes. So as you see, it is something very related with individual perception with a strong impact on job performance. We have to insist on a fact, because I often encounter biases while talking about diversity and inclusion. Sometimes people think that diversity only matters with gender issues, while inclusion only matters with disabilities. But when talking about diversity, we talk about identity. And once again, identity is something related with personal and social dimension, intrapsychic and interpsychic dimension. And the identity in depth, so the feeling of being oneself, is very much influenced by social and cultural dynamics. And this is the very known social identity wheel that is now under discussion, because in assuming the perspective of intersectionality, which means that we need to not only to consider all the sources of identity that define any person, but also the intersection about on all the different dimensions of identities. We have to take into account that everyone is positioned at the intersection, and the position that we cover in a moment or another, in a context or another, represents a matrix of privilege or marginalization. Sometimes something that is a privilege in a context can be the source of marginalization in another context, or vice versa. And so the identity wheel can be seen more in the sense of an intersectionality of sources of identity. So here we have listed some of the dimension of identities. It is a not exhaustive list, but just to give you the idea that not only we have to consider all the different dimensions that form our identities, but also the intersection that determine these metrics. And let's say that a big part of the literature on diversity managed focuses on the impact on work performances, as this morning has been mentioned in more than one presentation. So we know that heterogeneous teams, so diverse teams, let's say, are more productive in the sense of creativity, lateral thinking, in decision making, let's say, in generate productive problem solving, and in general in a positive mood. But at the same time, we also know that heterogeneous teams, diverse teams, can encounter communication barriers. The time spent in decision making can be high than teams that are the same characteristic among their members, and the risk of conflict can increase. And this happens because we don't consider enough the importance to design and provide conditions for diverse teams to work in a positive way. And so if we want to make diverse team more effective, we need to take into account some suggestion coming from the literature, but also I think from the practices, according to what you said this morning while presenting the best practices and the project that you conducted. So it is very important in this team to share objective and mission statement, so not give for granted these aspects. And try to give value to the competencies and make clear each other's competencies. Take care of the communication, of the motivation of the team. Work on the collective orientation, and giving to the group the empowerment in managing work processes. And design an adequate time to share the understanding of tasks, roles, responsibility of other members. So in this way, we can design a way that can promote collective efficacy, because we cannot pretend to put diverse person all together and then they will be creative, they will be lateral thinkers. We need to design these. This is something that reminds me when teaching and designing activities for students based on group work. We pretend that not only they complete their tasks, but they learn how to work in group. This is not possible if we don't teach them how to work in group, if we don't promote the transversal cognitive competencies related with. And so this is a graphic that I like very much. Well, of course, we can discuss a lot about, but I like it because, especially the second one. The first one is, given that we are diverse, so diversity is part of our organization. So what can an organization do to promote diversity? Let's say that we can stop equality, and this is the solution for equality, but equality doesn't work, as you see. We can come to equity, and equity works better because all the members have the same possibility to access to, in this case, to see the field. But justice is the condition where all the members can have the same possibility of access. And I decided to put this graphic because it insists on what we can do in terms of design. Design is important. There's a book that I like very much, and it also inspired us in designing training activities, Gender Equality by Design. It is focused on the importance of developing environmental conditions for promoting diversity, equity, inclusion. And it is important. So I started from focusing on the results, the outcomes of the teams, because as I told you before, part of the literature insists on this, but another very important matter is well-being. And diversity management is strongly related with well-being in organization. And we consider organizational well-being as the set of cultural cores, processes, and organizational practices to promote, maintain, and improve the physical, psychological, and social well-being of working community. We now talk about physical, psychological, and social well-being. We used to talk about well-being referred to health, but now this idea shifted into a more holistic perspective, into a more biopsychosocial perspective, not only bio perspective. And this is very important because it insists on how much the climate and how much the social issues in an organization can impact on health. And so one of the main sources of exclusion in workplace, let's say at the basis of what can impact on health are stereotypes and prejudice, of course. Let's say that any dimension of identity as a stereotype and a prejudice related. And we know that stereotypes are opinions that are not based on direct experience or knowledge, and the prejudice is something that also brings people to react in a negative way towards a group or a category. But we also know that we cannot eradicate stereotypes or prejudice because they are part of our fundamental cognitive mode of functioning of our mind. So they also serve, they are useful. We tend to think by putting the objects in categories. So we need, in a way, to think in these terms. What we need is to become aware and to become able to reconsider our stereotype and prejudice on the basis of the experiences that we have. As I will telling before, they guide us in categorizing what we don't know. When we don't know something, we tend to put in a box, in an already existing box that is often based on prejudice. When we meet a person for the first time, we form a preliminary idea based on this prejudice. It is normal. It is not because we are a bad person, but it is a normal way of our brain to work in this situation. Stereotypes are based on general characteristics of group or category. And the problem is that they tend to become self-fulfilling prophecies. When putting a person in the box of a stereotype, then we expect a certain behavior, and we will judge, and we will see this person within this box. And this is a non-exhaustive list of the possible effect of stereotypes in organization. It is non-exhaustive because there are many other forms of sources of exclusion, so racism, culturalism, ableism, ageism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, fatphobia, classism. And this morning we also were talking about the language that we speak, and this is also another source of exclusion, potential exclusion. And it depends on the environment, the place we are, the role that we have. It is really intersectional. Let's take, for example, sexism, who is very investigating, and it also, it gives form to many training programs. We know that a sexist organizational climate can negatively affect female workers' psychological well-being, their job satisfaction, their job commitment, and can foster a feeling of anxiety and depression. And of course, can have an impact in career. And we also consider, and we have to remind that the sexism can also take the form of benevolent sexism, which sometimes can be considered something normal, but which has the same impact, because benevolent sexism, in any case, put women in a box, in this box, and provokes the same effects. Homotransphobia is another issue that is often tackled by training programs, because we know that an homophobic organizational climate can have very negative effects on the health, career, and work performance of LGBTQ+ people. And the idea that this condition is kept private is not enough, because the confidentiality, the don't ask, don't tell, is not a protective factor, is also a source of problems of health, career, poor performance. And transphobic stigma is also something very affecting the mental health, self-esteem, and self-efficacy of trans people. Another form of discrimination is a sign that we have a bad diversity climate in an organization is sexual and gender-based microaggressions. But the notion of microaggression can be extended also to the other source of this discrimination. Microaggressions are a subtle and implicit way through which people express prejudice. And can be micro-insults, but also micro-invalidation. So something very subtle, but has been proven to have a strong impact in organizational well-being, satisfaction, job commitment, self-esteem, self-efficacy, and also mental health. So what can we do? Of course, I'm in the field of education, so of course education, we can do training activities. but not only training activities. We need a set of educational programs. We need also activities more in general. We need also spaces, environment. We need organization designed to promote positive intergroup interaction, reduction of prejudice and discrimination, and the improvement of the skills of the member of an organization on knowledge and motivation to interact in diverse group. We cannot pretend that people is open to diversity if we not design an organization to be so. And training practices has proven to be effective at certain conditions. This is something that is constantly under study because, of course, research in education is something that needs to be constantly updated and can change a lot, changing context and moving from a target to another, but it has been seen that the most effective diversity managed practices need to achieve at least 3 objectives. To promote the perception on equity and organizational inclusion, so impacting on the cultural features of an organization, to reduce discrimination, and also to improve organization competitiveness. We don't have to forget this point, because if we leave this behind, we risk that someone said, okay, you are promoting health, but the organization is becoming lower and less productive. No. So training focus and training duration can really contribute to the effectiveness of these programs and activities. So the contact is a very important point that has been proven to generate feelings of closeness, familiarity, and can break down social boundaries. And so can help in recognizing the differences and also recognizing our identity features. The focus of the training, it is very important that the training is group targeted. We have to avoid generalist training. And the duration of the training to be not too short, not too long, and possibly constant in the time. We can distinguish 3 types of training. The trainings that tend only to include awareness of cultural assumption, of values and prejudice, like the hidden part of the iceberg that I first showed. Though the trainings that include only behavior, so based on building behavioral skill to train on monitoring action, promoting responses to specific differences, like gender-biased communication, for example, and the ones that include a combination of both. And they seem to be more effective and more long-lasting in terms of results. And we have developed in the last few years a model that has been piloted together and in 7 Italian universities. And we try to combine a few learning goals. On one side, the awareness and the perspective taking with regard to the people who are subjected to discrimination. In this case, the focus of this training was sexism and homophobia. But let's say that perspective taking is something that is very important to be at the base of a diversity training. We need to assume the perspective of the other that is diverse. The deconstruction of the stereotype is a very important metacognitive learning goal. The assumption of a counter-stereotypical perspective, because not only we have to recognize the stereotype, but we also have to deconstruct the stereotype. And then we have to develop strategies that are content-related. So we need strategies for workplaces to prevent and contrast these phenomena. And let me conclude with this point. Other researches show that the most lasting and stable effect of this training are on the cognitive side of our brain, let's say. So are more on knowledge than on emotional and behavioral side. But since discrimination in workplace, as we know, impacts at the same time on cognition, behavior, and emotion, we need to improve more significant, engaging, and transformative training practices to promote the value of diversity. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, to my colleague. Thank you, everybody in this room. Thank you to Una.Europa Unit in Bologna, Francesca Valente, Francesco Girotti, with whom we have shared a lot of projects. So thank you also for this process together. Thank you to the IRS Unit Unibo in Bologna, Elena Consolini, thank you for all your work, the Diversity Council, with whom I used to work a lot, and to Cristina De Maria, Delegate for Diversity and Inclusion, and Francesco Cattani, part of the Diversity Council, and Raffaella Campanera, our colleagues and Pro-Rector for Internalization. And everybody has been working so hard this week to produce these incredible reflections on diversity and inclusions. And I'm sure that I'm going to do a wrapping up of what you have already done, decided, reflected upon, also with criticism and perspectives for better futures, and also alliances to work on what we lack and what we need to do more. And in this light, I would like to refer to some of the potential. Sorry, I'm going to read because I've been given half an hour, and with this topic I could go for a long time, so I don't want to spoil your times. So I would like to refer to some of the potentials of transversal alliances between the universities and the cities in which we belong to. Alliances that contribute to a democratic culture of civic participation and the overcoming challenges that present-day democracies face. The relationship between the university and the city, the need to foster human and civil rights, especially in these very hard times after the COVID pandemic and the devastating wars and death in our seas, converge around a common project. In order to achieve that, we should rethink an old view of the academia built with reference to the universalist and rather Eurocentric idea of universal values and truths. Let me start with words by Antonio Gramsci. I hate the indifferent. I believe that living means taking sides. Those who really live cannot help being a citizen and a partisan. Indifference and apathy are parasitism, perversion, not life. That is why I hate the indifferent. Indifference is the dead weight of history. Indifference operates with great power on history. Indifference plays a passive role, but it does play a role. The university cannot be indifferent. Our cities cannot be indifferent. We must be aware of the injustices of the world, of the catastrophes, the wars, the massacres of migrants, with the gaze of the utopian, perhaps, looking towards a new horizon of hope, not as an escapist attitude, but as a way to overcome both the paralysis and fear of our despair or the indifference of our privilege. I am an utopian. The political function of utopia is to discover what aspects and elements already present in our society can be enhanced and made visible. Utopia is the active imagining that is capable of inspiring concrete and transformative actions and thus affect in profoundly changing existing systems. Karl Mannheim's thought on ideology and utopia invited us to consider utopias not only desires to be pursued, but all ideas that go beyond the status quo, contributing to the transformation of the existing social historical order. Therefore, for us, utopia, as well as hope, which is an integral part of utopia, becomes fundamental. As Ernst Bloch taught us, the important thing is to learn to hope, because the work of hope is not a renounce, it is superior to fear, it is neither passive as a feeding nor stuck in nothingness. Hope is the dream of a better life that would be possible. Thinking means going beyond. To go beyond barriers, limits, closure, so that our voices can and can reach beyond borders, beyond that of indifference and of fear. So the tragedies of history and individual tragedies cannot become a habit. We cannot get used to the pain, the death, the massacres, to watch from the armchairs or our homes on video or our classrooms only. We cannot accept that each tragedy makes us forget another tragedy, that injustices to one person or collective one are hidden in a generic condemnation of the world's wrongs, forgetting that violating human rights is a crime. Being together in our university's room, in our university spaces, and taking to the streets, be together in our public spaces, in our square together, is an exercise not only of collective democratic participation in protest, but also of solidarity as a political tool, of demand an union towards a common horizon to be achieved. A concrete Ethiopia, which seeks and finds the tools of the present so that it can be realized. And it is all the more important when it comes to define rights and sustaining vulnerability and precarity as conditions that run through our common, offended, and wounded humanity. The attacks against academic freedom in many parts of the world and the material consequences for our colleagues, the attacks we have seen in Europe and all over the world to gender, feminist, queer, transgender and transsexual subjects, the disruption and violence toward human people's rights, the censorship to the right to speech, to express thought critically, to produce knowledge that does not respond to the political view of the country or the mainstream ideology. The thousands of people in prisons, tortured for their activism for a better inclusive society, for having supported the underrepresented voices, subjects who are not yet included in the deepest structure of the social orders, the regressions of women's rights in many countries, the killing of black people, gender violence, feminicide, LGBTQ+ dismissal and violence against old and new forms of racism, anti-Semitism, the non-recognition of diversity as a source of cultural, political, and social wealth, the imprisonment of young scholars studying and engaging in so-called minority, non-normative subjects, some of the epistemic and material violence I've mentioned, covered by emergency wars in the past, in the more recent past by the pandemic disaster and the devastating current wars, the horrible conflict in the Middle East, I was asking myself, have all of them something to do also with academic freedom and the role of the university today? Talking about the university, human rights and public engagement involves thinking and rethinking the role of the university and the role of the intellectuals, both teachers and students, all of its members, administrative, technical, and teaching staff, as a collectivity and their relationship with the world that include them, us. Let me start from an article by Edward Said, published in the 90s of the last century, still and more than ever useful. A problem related to academic freedom and civil and public engagement concern the very nature of the academia itself. In the 90s in the US, when Said gave the lecture The Potentate and the Traveler, the debate was whether to aim at transmitting and recreating a sort of new universal, so-called traditional and classical knowledge perceived as a more aseptic and foundational of the human formation, or rather to engage in public debates and movements carried out inside and outside the university by the so-called minority groups, referring, for instance, to research areas such as gender studies, women's studies, oral history, popular culture, black studies, civil studies. Including the history of slavery, of the Shoah, of imperialism, of other genocides, gender and race, not only as thematic issues, but also as interpretative methodologies. would have made the sovereign academy too concrete, therefore too political. What is at stake here is whether the university is meant to be engaged intellectually with significant political and social change, with improvement in the status of minorities population, and with abuses of power and lapses in the construction and perpetuation of the social order, or rather, if the academy is still perceived as a socially different, privileged side super partes. The argument is that to a certain extent faulty, since in order to redefine the role of the university in society, it would be necessary to revisit the very notion of knowledge, the very notion of identity, freedom, and the freedom of the university itself. In Said's view, the public role of the intellectual is that of the outsider, of the amateur, and disturber of the status quo. According to Said, one of the tasks of the intellectual is thus her effort to break down the stereotypes and categories that limit and repress human thoughts and communications, and also my colleagues were saying. The metaphor of the exile and marginal to indicate the intellectual signals the necessity of a certain freedom from external pressure, as well as the assumption of a distinct language that, and I'm quoting, would speak the truth to power. Accordingly, academic freedom is not impartiality or distance from the world, nor a license for entirely doing as one likes. Rather, it could be considered as a form of dissident epistemological repositioning. The intellectual must not be held in thrall to the authority of the national identity. The very essence of the intellectual life is about to be critical and concern the formation of critical thought. Criticism is intellectual life, whose essence can never be submitted nor dismissed by anything and anybody. The Bonn Declaration of 2020 on academic freedom in research and other EU-related institutions, such as I'm referring also to the Guild Association of University, take a stand against the interference of politicians, governments with research and academic researchers. I'm quoting. Research that must be independent and be free from undue external influence of any kind, as independence is indispensable for excellent research and research-based teaching. It is all the more critical at a time where research and teachings are being challenged on ideological grounds and distorted and undermined by external ideologists, organizations and associations, and some kind of populism and political parties that deny the evidence and facts or the right to people for their own identity, sexual orientation, and others. In many places, academic freedom is in acute danger, with academics being restricted in their work, persecuted as opponents of the regime, or even detained. And we cannot talk about inclusion without taking it into consideration. Many university communities have committed to continue the intensified effort within their organization to provide protection and prospects for endangered academics from abroad, and to actively participate in programs and networks such as Academy in Exile or Scholar at Risks. We should demand politicians to refrain from polemics and attacks against disciplines, subjects, researchers, administrative and technical staff, teaching staff, and especially students. As researchers in diverse fields must be accountable for the quality of their research, not for their personal values or beliefs, students must be offered the widest possibility of diverse disciplines and critical positions for their formation, and be able to share critical thinking and contribute to a better future. So whether an intellectual is an academic, a media celebrity, a government expert, or otherwise, she could reaffirm here a fundamental quality: courage and radicalism, as is her method. Today, perhaps universalism could be substituted and expressed as a transversal global alliance, as Una is doing, because academic freedom should safeguard, protect not only contextualized value, but also minority culture as an essential part of academic freedom, valuing cultural difference, as already you have said many times. The academia should above all protect human rights as transversal alliance that must cross over nations and states. Universities should be safe spaces that safeguard diversity and inclusion, protecting all subjects from hate speech, violence, harassment, and all kinds of discriminations, political and cultural. A space where academic debate and all human relationship within the same community of diverse individuals can proceed freely without fear of personal attack, violence, harassment, and hate speech or ad hominem attack. And let me talk also about women's position within university, where a glass ceiling that still exists prevents them from achieving a real equality in their work and other fields. With this in mind, it may be important to rethink the university as a place where the production and transmission of knowledge and critical thinking are in synergy with new forms of knowledge, new media, technology, resources, and apparatuses that support such transmission by making it possible within a changing community. In other words, it is necessary to review the concept of work, as my colleague was saying, professional identity, and the organizational structure itself as cross-cultural collective identities, since work identity and organization constitute two of the fundamental components of individual and social identity. The will to reconsider the university as a cross-cultural collectivity is closely related to the sense of belonging to a community, a perception that is constructed not only through processes related to acting, but also on the basis of the feelings and emotions that emerge when someone or someone does not feel part of an organization, as much in relation to their work skill as to their human relationship and the meaning of our existence. From such perspective, emerges how even collective identity is a complex, interactive, and in constant reshaping. This notion leads to the need for a revision of the concept of the organizational entity in itself and of the very notion of community. Traditionally understood as a static and unitary element, a conception that must be replaced with the model proposed by a theoretical perspective of interculturality, as you have said. The role of the university is thus the construction of an intercultural community already within itself, within all the components of the university itself. The intercultural global community model proposed, for instance, by the historical of religion, Raymond Panikkar, and to a certain extent envisioned by Zygmunt Bauman, to quote just the two of them, begin with a critical and mobile interrogation. According to which experience and form of humanity do we want to live? The recognition of cultural varieties is only the beginning, not the end of the intercultural question. In the beginning of a difficult political route consisting of dialogue and negotiation aimed at a shared and commonly decided goal. But we will not reach this accord if we start from unequal and hierarchical position of superiority or inferiority. And we also need to decolonize our universities. An important intervention in our efforts should be to create and sustain more inclusive and liberated platforms of knowledge and learning. Lived experiences of migration challenge the constructed borders, which derive from colonial and imperial reconstructing of the contemporary world and nation states. The construction of an alternative world with acknowledges equality, justice, and common humanity of all, with the social and natural environment, must take into consideration the existing wars, terrorism, poverty, imbalance of power and wealth before being able to address the utopia of a communal world, where globalization is not assimilation, not even integration, but coexistence. This is the task of the university, and this is the task of the city. An urgent task that needs to be addressed together is, obviously, especially in this day, but let's talk about it, is peace. The alliances between universities, especially the one concerning inclusion and diversity, must foster a culture of peace. War is madness. It must be stopped. One must have a heart of stone to remain impassive and allow this massacre to continue. That river of blood and tears continue to flow. These are the words from Vatican, but also many other voices. Unfortunately, international institutions have not been able to build a new system of coexistence among nations, which would go beyond military alliances or economic convenience, as the current conflicts and massacres make evident. With these terrible conflicts in Europe, in the Near and Middle East, and the other part of the world, we are coming to a humanitarian catastrophe, which will also involve an energetic and economic crisis of gigantic and irreparable proportions. We should have more courses related to the culture of peace. We need to build a culture of peace without which we will never have a lasting peace. This is why I like to remember all the University for Peace, on some traveling ones for peace. I'm also quoting John Galtung, one of the fathers of peace research, peace studies. And the courses on peace and disarmament, the culture we are discussing here today about inclusion and disarmament. First of all, cultural disarmament. And we should construct them as transversal classes for all degrees. And we have also to remember that without justice, there is no peace. Justice is not only the Roman concept justitia, but also dharma, justice as the proper order and the natural place of things. Justice, understood in this way, stands in contradiction to the imposition of justice. Victory never leads to peace. Victory never leads to peace, it leads only to victory. Only reconciliation leads to peace. Reconciliation comes from concilium, from ecclesia, to call together, to speak with others. To reconcile means to call again those we had excommunicated, won, killed, convinced, but also who seem to have won us. Finally, reconciliation cannot be done at the expenses of one side. Peace comes also from solidarity as a political positioning. Solidarity, the stories of our Egyptian students studying in Europe, students who were imprisoned for their opinion, real prisoners of conscience. I'm quoting Patrick Zaki from the University of Bologna, Ahmed Samir Santawi from the Central European University, are an example of our commitment to academic freedom, human rights, and public engagement with the perspective of a global citizenship for all our students to be able to travel without fear. Solidarity enacted toward Patrick Zaki and Ahmed Samir Santawi, especially for Patrick Zaki by the University and the city of Bologna, is part of that academic freedom and speaking the truth to power and the shared politics of inclusion carried out by the university and cities alike. Despite the possible differences in opinion and political views, it is not by virtue of similarities that solidarity arises, but it is through the recognition of diversity that we are necessary to one another. We are all interdependent in a very uncanny way. Solidarity does not imply homogeneity, but contemplates conflict and differences in thought and visions as a challenge that transcends ties of blood, nation, class, ethnicity, and genders. Solidarity is an indispensable tool to envisage new forms of global citizenship through a reconsideration of crucial issues such as human rights, gender equality and equity, sustainable development, actions against poverty, global justice, freedom, and peace. As political philosopher Fred Dallmayr reminds us, the link between freedom and solidarity implies a shift from the Western perspective to a global and cosmopolitan constellation in which the polarity between self and outside world is overcome. Solidarity, an element as structural as equality and fraternity of sisterhood, can become a fertile ground for cultivating and rethinking the role of the academia. Judith Butler revisits precarity and vulnerability we all share as possible starting points for reconsidering the relationship between ethics, proximity, and distance. The link between academic freedom and solidarity, fostering cultural plurality and subjectivities, transgressing national identities, is our engagement to demand for justice for all our students and researchers at risks. Our universities, in synergy with our cities, will be able to teach and to apprehend that human rights, civil rights, conflict resolution in non-violent ways are foundational to their constitution, to the founding principle of Europe and the international community behind all borders. And these are also the principles of the Magna Carta Universitatum. The encounter between the University of Una here and the city of Bologna is a reminder of the challenges we must undertake together between city and universities for our young people, for our entire community. The constitution of our university as Una, as a transnational project, serves to build together policies of equality, rights, global citizenship, and the formation of citizens of the world. It is urgent that we not only witness the crisis, but seize the opportunity for deep and radical change. The universities here present and our city program testify to this awareness and need in synergy with the University of Bologna. With this shared perspective, we have welcomed you here in the town that already in 1256 was the first municipality to free slaves through a contract called Liber Paradisus, and the first in Italy that changed the statute to add the Ius Soli Bolognese, giving the honorary citizenship to young people, sons and daughters of migrants, as a sign of their belonging to our community, and to push the government to introduce an equal law for the right to the Italian citizenships to people with a migrant background. It is an important step to advocate for a global citizenship without barriers. In dark times, let us also remember this sentence of our Italian Constitution. In our Constitution, there is an article that is the most important, the most challenging. It says, "It is the task of the Republic to remove the obstacles that prevent the full development of the human person." And I'm quoting Piero Calamandrei for the Constituent Speech to students in 1955. And so you understand from this that our Constitution is in part a reality. In part, it is still a program, an ideal, a hope, a commitment, a work to be done. Thank you for your attention. If there are questions, we can, or comments or suggestions, especially suggestions would be very useful.
Is it time for debate, isn't it? Yeah. So, question on suggestion. Please.
First of all, thank you so much for both presentations. They were really rich. It's quite demanding for us to digest and to observe everything that was said. But I think something that it was really interesting that you mentioned, Professor, I don't know if you are a professor, sorry, but you mentioned it was about the culture of peace. We are living in a moment very hard, and actually when we ask ourselves what we can do about culture of peace, I think it was quite interesting. I'm still reflecting on it, especially because one issue that I mentioned before, especially in the case of Paris, that we talk a lot is about colonization and decolonization. So many thoughts and many things that you mentioned are still echoing inside myself, and it will be a sort of homework for me to think in the next few weeks. But thank you so much for both of you. It was just a small comment, not a question. But thank you again.
Thank you so much for your comment, and I know we have said many things, and we really hope it was a sort of bringing together what you have already discussed and reflected upon during this week, but also another step toward new discussions, and especially the one concerning peace, I think is very urgent. I'm not an expert, I'm studying it, I'm a student of peace, and so I really think we really need to build up a culture of peace. It is impossible to construct peace without really having a culture, which means many things, also talking about diversity, talking about inclusion, but also things such as reconciliation, the use of a language. How can we say we combat for peace? I think it's very important to rethink language also, because language does not only transcribe or describe reality, but it constructs reality. And so a violent language will not be very useful to construct peace. And we also have to acknowledge that in certain conditions, peace has to have take into consideration the construction of peace, also interreligious dialogues, for instance, is very clear, and not only intercultural dialogues between different cultures, and many other elements. Also environmental crises, because they produce a lot of conflicts, and they affect especially certain kind of population more than others. The question of privilege, and above all, that you will never have a peace which can last if you seek only victory over someone else. And not just emotional words, it's really proved. We only have to do that. And that's why we ask institutions, cities, our regions, our nations, and all of that to rethink some international law, international position, rethink the question of borders. For instance, for us, global citizenships means something. While we can all goods and things circulate, why people cannot. And so what do we mean by that, by setting up borders and walls for migrants against people? And we have also to reflect about all these deaths in our seas. And so we really call all institutions to work together toward this peace, which is not just a word, sorry, this lapsus, but it's really a very long process, but it must be constructed. And also we can start for our students in high school and of course at the university. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. I have a question for Professor Lupi and the first speech. You mentioned how diversity is important for the Is it better now? Yeah. So you mentioned how diversity was important for the successfulness and effectiveness of universities also, or of enterprises. And so how does that apply to universities, I would like to ask? Because I can totally see that it's a valid argument, but I'm often confronted in universities that people say like, yeah, for the humanities and social sciences, it's obviously good to have diverse teams, but it's totally unimportant for the disciplines who deal with laboratories, for example. So, is it really necessary for universities to be successful and more competitive? How does diversity lead to it? And is that true for university in total?
Thank you so much for this very, very, very difficult question, a very important one. I know that we are in a certain way bound to be competitive and to pursue excellence and to be the first levels of the rankings and so on. Then you can answer better than me. My position is that the university. Of course, I understand. Also, we need also to have financial support. We need to do that. But if this is only a superficial way to deal with things and not to change really our society and university, just a word of I don't know, separated of what happens outside. I think this is not fair for the university itself and for the society. Well, I think we should also rethink. I'm a bit fussy concerning the episteme and the epistemological idea of our university. For instance, what we mean by excellence, for instance, and what do we mean by merit, for instance, for students. What do we mean by excellence? In which sort of world, in which sort of system we consider excellence and what is excellent for. Is excellent to change really for a better world, sorry to repeat that, or is excellent to get more financial support? Who cares for this excellence? Who establishes what excellent is? I think there are a lot of issues here. I also think that there are excellence which are really excellent, and most of the time they also relate to this idea of constructing project where society is not just the impact, but from the very beginning it is an intertwining of different elements. I, for instance, seen projects where excellent meant to build up a society of inclusion. I'm thinking, for instance, some project I was part of only from the outside, seeing them, concerning health, for instance, what project had to deal with a different way of seeing it. So the excellent had to do with not just the result, but really the change of this word in a very important period. It was during the pandemic, but also earlier on, or the question of migrants. And so I think that the university should seek excellence in this respect, really with the idea of changing and better our society. And we talk a lot about impact. I really think that the impact is important, but I think it is even more important to involve people from the very beginning. These co-projects between university and other associations, movements, cities, I think this is very important, above all in this period where I think it's a very dangerous period, so we really need to build up excellence as being part of the world and do something to better it. Also for climate crisis, I never call it change. Climate crisis, I think excellent means to really find in research elements to make it better. So I really think that excellence, we should rethink the word, we should keep it, but think what we really want to from excellence. So thank you.
Yeah, I think this question was related to the emphasis that they put on the importance of being effective in teams. Yeah, so, but that was very useful because I strongly agree on the fact that we need to reconsider the notion of excellence and being effective, and universities can do something in this direction. What I think we need to keep in mind is that in order to improve diversity as a value, we also need to help diverse groups in being effective, because if not, then there's a strong risk that organizations that don't share the value of diversity can decide to choose to avoid diversities, to separate groups of people. They can say, since we want to be effective, we want to improve in quality and high quality, then we have to invest less in diversity. So we have to be to go on at the same time with a strong emphasis on diversity and on a strong emphasis on the value of diversity in terms of the outcomes. And these outcomes can be different. We can reach the same goals in different times, for example, with diverse solution, more creative, more lateral. And this is something that university can promote, and we have the power to say that's an innovation in organizational terms. And this is something showing that we can be effective, productive, even through different ways, even emphasizing the role and importance of diversity, even if these request care, attention, investment, training, and commitment. Yeah, this is the idea, but I think we can, bit by bit, changing the culture of quality and the stress on outcomes, yeah.
Can I add something? Because I was trying to link what my colleague was saying, the question, the previous question concerning the alliances of universities when we have to talk about good practices, and so are they effective just for that university, or are we committed also to support the other universities? And this, I think, was really important when we were together in the Diversity Council, saying when we were asked by the European Union to really enhance our gender equality plans and gender and diversity equality plan, and seeing how we could support the university, we had to implement them. So the idea, I think, of the Diversity Council was real, not only to deal with good practices like that, but really to support the university who needed to have examples and, what can I say, also political, in the policy inside the university, support to implement these elements, and also the experience of some university. For us, I think it was very important to develop diversity together with gender. And so I think that if we work together transversally, I think is a very important element. Also the transversal classes we were doing some years ago, for all students, I think they can foster, they are effective, they are actually important to foster this culture of inclusion. I don't like the word inclusion. Thank you.
I have to stand up? Okay. Thank you. I would like to ask Professor Lupi for some advice. I found that the presentation on diversity management, a challenge for people and organizations, is very fitting to alliances, in the sense that alliances embody diversity in the different partners that make up the alliance. I think the Commission probably did not read your work as they were designing this initiative, because maybe, and if I understood correctly, you were saying how important you can't just throw people, diversity into a group, diverse people into a group without a design, and I think that's probably one of the things that we were missing from the very beginning. But I would add, and this is where I would like to get your input on this, your insights, is that maybe we were not asked to do something so, extraordinary, because in the end, we're supposed to build a university, granted, a European university, something of the future. Apart from the fact that I think the universities should change more than they actually do. But the point is that I think that what is different here is the conditions under which we have to do that, because the way I see it from the very beginning, working with, trying to develop these European universities, is that we're trying to do, and I don't know if my colleagues that work in alliances would agree with me, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a boat in the open sea. So we're trying to put together this boat. We know how to make a boat. We know what a university is, but in the open sea. So it's the conditions that make it very difficult. So therefore, the design is actually something that could have helped us before in trying to, I'm not saying that we're not going to get there, but it's just taking very long, because every time we put together one part of the boat, the other one is sinking, and now it's a little bit better, because we saw that some of our colleagues that were building another boat, were drifted away towards where we were, so we kind of like asked for some advice there. So my question or the advice would be, how can you actually be more effective even if you don't have a design?
I think it's fully normal to start an experience without designing it. It's like when you think about how we learn from experience, I don't know if you know the theory of Kolb about learning from experience. And so Kolb say we start by experiencing, and then after experiences, we create some theories about experiences, and then we go on again to the experience, and we rethink about the theory. So it is fully normal that we work like that. We go on in the experience, and then we say, oh, stop. We have to think about the experience and try to design better, and then we go on and we redesign. So I think we need to consider that design and redesign is something that need to be done constantly, but we have to design time and space to do it. And so we don't have to, we cannot pretend that we become able to do something just because we are put in the condition to do it. We need time for reflection, time to imagining models that can apply and can solve problems. We have to build these models in a collective way, and then we have to put this model into practice to see if to check if they work or not, and then again redesign this model. So it must be, I think it must be a continuous cycle, I call the cycle. And we don't have to be afraid or sorry if we don't succeed at the first time. I think the attitude of designing and redesigning is the antidote to practices that are not effective, neither good for our organizational health. But I don't know if I gave an answer. Well, very often we start without evidence design. So we are human beings, like stereotypes and prejudice. We have to start from knowing how our brain works and our life works. So sometimes we start without having a design, but we need to be aware that then bit by bit, so we need to rebuild the design. And then and all the design we developed need to be reconsidered according to the impact they have in practice, because if we can also design something, some condition or some work environment very well, but then in the application they don't work. But since this design was so consistent and took so much time to be developed, we decided it must be like that. We cannot change, and that's also a problem. So we can fail again, fail better, and then and try again, fail better, and design again, redesign, and then bit by bit we can have better design for our organization.
Professor Lupi in Monticelli, I have a question. Right now we are having a very academic discussion on the topic of diversity inclusion. At the same time, as university, we have the obligation to make the world better with our knowledge. What is your stance on what we can do to make our knowledge about diversity and inclusion reach everyone in our society? And I mean the butcher who cuts our Parma ham, our colleagues from the facility management who are cleaning the classrooms, everyone in our society profiting from what we're discussing right now. So how can we make sure that this knowledge and the rights that are connected to this knowledge of not being discriminated, of being included and so forth, trickle down to everyone?
We answer together. So thank you for this very difficult question. If I had the answer, I wouldn't be here. I don't know if I had the answer, but I think it's a very, very important question. And I think it is the question we have to have in mind every day. And this is one of the reasons why there is this big alliance between the university and the city. So we have, first of all, to deal with it inside university, because there are discrimination also inside university between people at all level of staff, students, and everything. So, and it's not that easy to talk and to teach diversity, and we have to be very careful that this should become a real structure of our university. And so against discrimination, subtle one, people who are not able yet to denounce them. And so we really have to work on this direction. And outside the university, I must admit, it's even worse, because we cannot, the city is huge, and so we really have a lot of problems. And we have many, I mean, it's huger also the organization. But I think what is most important is that association, we have groups, we have different levels of participation, different responsibilities, but also the co-project with universities are essential. I'll give you an example. For instance, housing. It's very difficult to find houses in Bologna. It's very difficult, and students come here from different places and they need this house. So there must be there must be policies in common between the university and the city municipality, and this is what we're going to do, trying to find solution together. Or, which is even more important for diversity and inclusion, rents are very high. So if we talk about inclusion and diversity and equity, we really have to find a solution also for that. I think we can never talk about diversity and inclusion in a sort of separated way from other elements, which is the question of justice, poverty, this redistribution of wealth. The question of health, for instance, which has become by now, and we're under risk of having health as a sort of elitist issue. So I think what you are asking is really essential. And also the relationship between education, formation of our students, and their lives. And so I think that the relationship between not only Bologna and Unibo, they have a very good relationship, but also in other counties and other cities and towns, these co-projects are essential. Even rethinking and reshaping our towns according to different values of diversity and inclusion. I'm thinking of the architecture and urban life within a gender perspective. So we need to teach gender perspective and to practice it, and also to learn from that. I think university should stop thinking that knowledge does only belong to the university. We have to learn a lot from other kind of knowledge. So I think this is the most important perspective we have to take. So thank you. I know I haven't answered, but just a bit of my position. Thank you.
Other questions? No? Other questions, other comments? Okay, so if you don't have any other comments and other suggestions, we can give the floor to the Vice Rector for International Relations for the final remarks. She should be online.
I am indeed.
Okay.
I've been attending the two lectures, so thank you very much. Thanks both to the great speakers we had the honor to just listen to, and also to the questions and answers which have been provided. I must confess that I have written a few lines to wrap up this afternoon's session, but I'm going to completely skip them and just add a couple of remarks which follow on what has just been said, just very, very few words. So on the one hand, I think that something which clearly emerges, and I must say something which I tend to stress whenever I've got delegations as the Vice Rector for International Relations from abroad, and especially I must say from non-European countries, very, very often it is the case. I think that an open issue is how to find some balance between excellence and inclusion. So as academic institutions and as European alliances within our alliances, we really want to stand out as excellent institutions. But we do not want, and I think it's very important to recall this very strongly, we do not want to be excellent at all costs. So we don't want to be excellent giving up the defense of human rights, the defense of freedom, the defense of diversity. So this excellence on one side, but again, it's a sort of respectful excellence. And that is to be balanced with inclusion. We want to make the most out of diversity. Diversity has been enhanced throughout, I think, today, both this morning and now. And it has been stressed as an added value for our institutions and for our society. Professor Lupi was stressing that by diversity, we mean reaching, for instance, the same goals through different pathways, with different means, at different times, with different kind of proposed solutions and strategies. We also think to be realistic, we also need to consider excellence, the not giving up of core values and diversity and inclusion in a problematic way. We cannot take our academic and social context as homogeneous by default. We do live in complicated times, And we do live in very heterogeneous cultural, social contexts, which are often heterogeneous also value-wise. So diversity needs to be addressed and enhanced, again, in a positive perspective, but we also need to be careful and have a look at where diversity can actually be expressed through divergent positions. So divergent positions might actually be an obstacle to inclusion when all our values want to be defended and respected. And then a final thought which crossed my mind through the metaphor of the boat that someone from the public was mentioning. We got plenty of people in the humanities today. Myself, I'm a philosopher of science, and I must say that the metaphor, the image of the boat is often actually used in philosophy of science, but it is used in a positive sense. So had we made a very precise design of the boat, and then had we just put it out in the broad sea or in the ocean, it might have sailed very nicely, or it might have sunk. But either way, it would have been maybe ourselves on a boat designed by somebody else. So we would have been the sailors, but somebody else would have been the person designing the boat. Being on a boat which keeps on being redesigned and adjusted, so to speak, in real time. In philosophical terms, we say that usually those projects tend to be more internally consistent. We are readjusting it, but we are learning from experience, as Professor Lupi was stressing. And I think that the boat can be conceived being ourselves on the boat while we are adjusting or readjusting it. The boat itself can be conceived as what Professor Monticelli was calling our common project. So the project hasn't been designed and imposed by somebody else. The project is our own project, and by being common, I also believe that it is more truly and more forcefully transformative, as Professor Monticelli was saying. And what we have been trying to do today, and what we keep on trying to do throughout our daily activities, is to be transformative with respect to our societies, to our cities, our countries, our public and social context. So in a way, to have a common, readjustable, improvable projects on which we are sailing into the deep, wide ocean, I think that we are working with a transformative boat, which is an inclusive project itself. So having said that, thank you so much for your time and attention. I'd like again to thank very, very deeply our speakers, all our guests. I really hope you had a great time in Bologna today and in the past few days. And let me also send a very, very warm thank to the wonderful staff who has been organizing this event and all the week with so much enthusiasm and kindness as well. Thank you very much.
Okay.